That Waikato 2 crew, they want to go 1 and 2 on the dais if they can. Waikato on their right shoulder is bringing Oamaru with them. Oamaru looks like they're in a chance too, but they're going to have to come home with one of Oamaru's big sprints. On the right-hand shoulder of Waikato. Gosh, this is great racing. Take the leader away and there's nothing. Auckland just starting to drift now. Feel it. Oh, there's a little bit of splashing going on from Avon. Avon are trying to get into the medal contention as well. Oamaru just back off the pace. It looked like they were starting to come into it again. And on the left-hand shoulder of Oamaru is that Columba College. Columba College on the white, and then just slightly ahead of Columba College is Waikato's number 2 crew. So Waikato looks like at this stage they're going 1-2. The gold medal is set up for their number 1 crew, that's for sure. Columba College has got a great chance for a bronze medal. Columba's trying to pick up that Waikato number 2 crew that done a big move at the 1,000-metre peg and rode away from those back-end competitors. Sure. North Shore also worked very, very hard on the third 500, now down on that last 500. Right out wide, Auckland has just drifted off the pace a bit, along with Nelson on the inside. So it's down, it's Waikato number 1, convincingly sitting right out in front. I'll get a clock on them for you to see what they're doing. They're on 33 and a half, almost 34. There's a wee bit of splashing going on from Waikato's second crew. Just need to lift those blades off the water a little bit. It's when they hit the water, there's a wee bit of splashing come on from them. They bring Columba College with them. Columba College has got a battle going on between them and Avon. Avon and Columba College for the bronze medal. It looks like Waikato are going to go 1-2. Waikato 1, Waikato 2. North End and Columba College are the ones fighting out. Columba College starting to wind now. North End out wide or winding as well. This is the last chance to really shove everything into it. It's final day. You take the title, you take the biscuits. Waikato's going to get the gold biscuit and the title. It'll go up to Waikato. Columba College still working. Avon really trying to fly across the far side. Avon's trying to pick up Columba College. They're only a half a length. The canvas down. They're coming at Columba College. Oh, Columba College has just caught a bad one on the bow side. They just caught deep water on the bow side, and it's given Avon the chance for the bronze medal. Can they come back, Columba College? The pressure has been too much for them. Avon's gone through and taken the bronze off them. Oh, it just shows you one little mistake. 20 metres out. Oh, they'll be devastated. Oh, wow-wee. The lucky thing about it is Columba College will have a chance at the Māori Cup Regatta. The B final of the club's singles went through. North End took it out. We knew that. You saw it come down the race. Hawke's Bay 2 was second and Hawke's Bay 1 was third. They went through at 8:55. The men's senior coxless quadruple sculls.
We begin with the winners of the bronze medal for the men's intermediate coxed for Takapuna Grammar. Well done to Lucas Forsyth, Leonardo Backus, Leon Boardman-Hill, Charles Cannon.
Right, the men's senior coxless quadruple sculls, the final are on their way. Wairau composite with Nelson, Cure, Waikato, Avon, Dunstan Arm, Auckland, Aramaho Wanganui and Avon's number 2 crew. They're gone out of the blocks. They're most likely 300 or 400 metres. Oh no, there'd only be 300 metres out from the start. And it's coming from the centre lanes. 4 in from the outside one. It's Dunstanarm. They've really shot out the men's senior coxless quad. Dunstanarm shot out to a slight lead only over to Waikato. So Waikato, Dunstanarm have shown their class early in the race. They're heading towards the first 500 metres, and it is Waikato. Waikato have just taken the lead off Dunstanarm by about 2 feet. Trying to stick their nose in between the two of them is Avon. Left-hand shoulder of Waikato is Cure Boating Club. Don't leave them out as well. Cure Boating Club, Avon, Auckland. Through their 1,000, first 500. Dunstanarm, it is Dunstanarm gone back and taken the lead off Waikato now by about a half a length only. So Dunstanarm done a big push before they got to that first 500, moved it just slightly ahead of Waikato. Dunstanarm, and then we go with 2 out from Dunstanarm. That is Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui would only be 3/4 of a length down. There's absolutely nothing between them and Waikato. It's Avon on the left-hand shoulder of Dunstanarm. They're right in the firing line as well. As they head down now, they're almost down to the 1,000-metre peg already, and it is Dunstanarm sitting out in front. Oh, it's Avon. I think it looks... Oh, what the hell is that? Avon's on their left-hand shoulder. That looks like Avon. Can you see there? That's Avon. Oh, yeah. It's a Dunstanarm, so it's Avon. Yeah. Yeah. Just going through the 1,000-metre peg now. If you're on the live streaming, you'll see the great shots they go through. It's Dunstanarm, this very powerful combination of King, Barnett, O'Meara and Clockworthy. Simon Smith doing the guiding. They've gone out to almost clear water now over Avon on their left-hand shoulder. Then we can't see Waikato. We can't see Waikato. We've got Cure on the inside. Maybe there's a scratching there. I can't see Waikato. They should be in the hunt. But it's Cure chasing down on the inside, and the Wairau Composite with Nelson. And out wide is Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui up into 3rd place at this stage. There's nothing between them and Avon. And Auckland only about 3/4 of a length off Aramaho Wanganui, but we go back to the leaders. We're in the 3rd 500, and it is Dunstanarm, and there's a lot of power in that boat. They are just clearing their wash, but you can tell by the body language that there's some real work going on. They want to open up the gap over Avon on their left-hand shoulder. And Avon would only have about 2 feet advantage over Aramaho Wanganui, and trying to squeeze up alongside the left-hand side of Aramaho Wanganui is Auckland. And then we go back 2.5 lengths back. We go to Wairau Composite with Nelson, and a half a length back to Cure Boating Club. And I just don't know where Auckland is. So Dunstanarm still sitting out in front. They've got the advantage over the rest of the field. They've been very prominent in the under-22s and the seniors here at this regatta for 2025. And it's Dunstanarm sitting out in front, Avon on their left shoulder, and it is Auckland. We've got Auckland through the lens now, but they're about 3 or 4 lengths back off the leaders. Ahead of them is Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui setting themselves up for a bronze medal. Right out wide, Avon number 2's off the pace. And we come down to the inside cruise. It's Wairau Composite with Nelson and Cure Boating Club. There's only about a half a length between those two crews. Back out to the centre of the course, it's Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm have got that 2.5 length advantage over the Avon on the left shoulder, but the big challenge is coming in from Aramaho Wanganui out wide. They've moved up alongside Avon and put their nose in front over the Avon crew. And squeezing in between them, we have Auckland on the left shoulder of Aramaho Wanganui, but about 3 lengths down off them. Dunstanarm showing their class as they head down through the Golden Boys. Out wide, Aramaho Wanganui have wound it up, and they've gone clear of Avon. Avon have decided to wind it up now. It's getting very close between those two crews. Avon, and right down on the inside we've got Cure Boating Club, and then you know that they come home very quickly. Cure are putting some real pressure on Avon as well for the bronze medal. Aramaho Wanganui up into the silver medal position. Dunstanarm sitting out in front. They've had that lead cut right back. They've pushed it hard, pushed it early, but they're going to hang on and get the buzzer. The bronze medal's coming up. Look at the way Cure's flying home on the inside. Aramaho Wanganui will take the silver. Cure trying to get over the top of Avon. Avon desperately hanging on. Cure coming a stream. Oh, I don't know that Cure got up in time. Wow. 8:29 was the final of the men's club coxless. It was Waikato 1 over Waikato 2, then Avon. And then it was 0.28 back to Columba College, who unfortunately just grabbed a bit of deep water in that last 10 strokes. Then North Shore, Oamaru, Nelson and Auckland. Okay, just another little reminder, guys, about the food drop-off. The clubs can drop off any leftover food to the Secretary's office. This is including perishable goods, and this will be donated to the Twizel Food Bank. So it's last day today to do that, so you most likely have a little bit of food left over in the tuck box. You can take it along to the Secretary's office, give it to Marie, and she'll see that it goes to the Twizel Food Bank. Oh, yep. We can now give you that result of that senior coxless. Dunstanarm went through in 6:20.85. Aramaho Wanganui 2.02 seconds behind. And Cure got up for the bronze. Oh, well done, Cure got up for the bronze. 0.88 behind the second places. And Avon missed out by 0.14 of a second. It looked from our angle that Avon might have got up, or Avon might have hung on. It looked like Avon was going to hang on, and then Cure were absolutely flying inside those yellow buoys, which is something they always do, and they've got up and taken the bronze medal. Right, your program comes up now as a final as well. It's now the final of the women's senior coxless quads. This will be a very exciting race as well. Avon 2, Bay of Plenty Coast Composite with Tauranga in lane number 1. Avon 2 and 2, North Shore 1 and 3, Waikato 1 and 4. Dunstanarm in 5, Avon in 6, Cure Boating Club in 7. We saw them rush home. Can they do it again here in the women's seniors? In Waikato 2, they're in the starting blocks. The action will come from the fast lanes, Waikato, Dunstanarm, Avon and North Shore. Everybody's ready in the starting blocks. Cameras are on Waikato. We've just seen Dunstanarm win the men's. We'll just see who's they've got a fast lane here. Dunstanarm will try and win the women's senior. The men's went through in 6:20. That's a pretty slick time also for a quad. Coxless quad, they're away. They'll let them go. Waikato beautifully sitting up upright, nice upright Waikato, and all of a sudden lanes 3 and lane 4 has got themselves just a couple of feet over the rest of the squad. That's 3 North Shore and Waikato. That's where it would come from. Then we go down to the left-hand shoulder of Waikato, which is North Shore. And then Avon right down on the right there with them only 2 feet away as they go out. So it's come from lane number 3, which is North Shore. North Shore, the ones that have pushed out very quickly in the start zone. They're still in their start zone. I look as if they're around about the 38, 39 mark. So they have dropped it down a couple. Oh, there's a little bit of steering of these coxless boats. Coxless boats are just a little bit of steering of Waikato just heading towards Bluff there for a minute. They've now straightened themselves up. They've brought Dunstan Arm with them. So they head down. They're about halfway through the first one, 500. And right down on the inside, Bay of Plenty Coast Composite, they've just drifted off this blistering start that went out from North Shore and Waikato. So it's 2 coming, Avon 2, just starting to feel the pinch from that fast start as well. It's right there at North Shore. It's North Shore that has got a slight advantage over Waikato. Waikato has only got about 3 feet over Dunstan Arm. Then we go back 3/4 of or half a length only over Avon 1, and ahead of them is Cure Boating Club Waikato. Through that first 500, they've just gone past the island now, and it still looks as if it's coming from lane number 4. That's Waikato. Waikato have moved up alongside Shore and put their nose in front only by about 2 feet. The right-hand shoulder of Waikato is Dunstan Arm. Then on the right-hand shoulder of Dunstan Arm is Avon. And then Cure's just slightly ahead of Avon. I don't see Waikato 2, and I don't see Bay of Plenty Composite. Both those 2 crews just starting to feel the pinch a little bit in this third 500. Oh, it's great racing again. This is the senior coxless quadruple sculls. Right out wide is Cure Boating Club, and they are cranking it along out there. It looks like Waikato have also putting a little bit of pressure on Cure Boating Club. In fact, Waikato are going to put a couple of feet over Cure Boating Club out wide. So they are in the hunt as well. The only ones to drift off is down in lane number 1. So we go back to the leaders, and it's Waikato. Waikato number 1 crew. Waikato 1 bringing Dunstan with them. Waikato 1 has got about a half a length over Dunstan on the left-hand shoulder. North Shore is still right there locked up with Dunstan. And then the improving crew again is Cure. Cure and Waikato out wide. Where's Avon? Dunstan Arm really puts the pressure onto Waikato. 4, 5 locked together. Looks like big move came just before the 1,000-metre peg. We saw it in the semi-final from Dunstan Arm, and they gone and put themselves a couple of feet over Waikato. So Dunstan Arm now have gone to the lead. They were just right in behind Waikato as they went through, just before they went through that 1,000-metre peg, and they must have had a plan to do a move there, and they shifted from about 2 or 3 feet behind to about a canvas out in front now over Waikato. These 2 crews now have just opened up a little bit of a gap. Waikato 2 on the outside was travelling well, and so was Cure Boating Club. There's nothing on those outside crews on the right-hand shoulder of Dunstan, because Avon's in there with a shot as well. Now we're just starting to see a little drift off from Avon, from Waikato number 2 crew. And down the inside, that drift off also we see from Bay of Plenty, Gold Coast. Bay of Plenty, but anything else has got a chance. It's Dunstan still with a canvas. It's Dunstan with a canvas over Waikato 1 only. Where's on the right-hand shoulder of Dunstan is Avon. Avon's only 3/4 of a length away, and just slightly ahead of Avon is the crew from Cure Boating Club off the Maimac. And then we go back to Waikato number 2 crew. Oh, this is classy racing. There's still nothing between. There's nothing between Waikato and Dunstan Arm. North Shore that went out of the blocks really, really quickly and led for that first 500 metres have really drifted off now. It's all coming out wide. It's coming from Waikato 2. out in Cure Boating Club. And there's lane number 6 trying to poke their nose in between those two crews, and right out wide, Waikato 2 just starting to feel the pinch a little bit too. It's the two crews sitting out in front. Here it is, Waikato and Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm and Waikato, absolutely nothing between them. They are just about locked together. There'd only be about 2 feet advantage to Dunstanarm. Who's going to come home the quickest? Who's going to wind up before the yellow boys? Never leave it too late. If you leave it to the yellow boys, it's too late. You've got to go a lot sooner than that. You've got to start to think about going now. No coxswains to give the calls. Somebody in each boat will give the calls. It's down there. Oh, there's a problem. There's a problem out in one of the leading crews. It's Dunstanarm. Oh, it's handed the gold medal. It's handed the gold medal over. Oh, they're up and running again now. Can they get back up into the medals? But it's certainly not going to be gold. They were gold in front just before the yellow boys. They've left it open for Waikato. Cure Boating Club. Across the far side, Cure. Just on the inside of Cure is Avon. So it is now Waikato sitting out in front. Oh, there's something happened to Dunstan. They caught a crab. They lost 2 blades. And they were sitting up for the gold medal and a title. I'm sure they'll be able to pick it up in another event. And then we go out wide, Cure Boating Club. They look as if they're going to be in for the medal. There's 2 races in a row. Bronze for the guys and silver for the girls. Avon coming at Cure. Waikato's got the gold medal in the title. Avon coming at Cure with every stroke. Avon coming at Cure. Cure trying to hang on. Avon coming down to 2 feet. They need more Cure. You need quicker to be quicker with the hands down towards the line. They go. Waikato's taken the title and the gold medal. Cure, I won't. Oh, way. Can I stick my neck out? Say Cure may have hung on over Avon. Down the inside, North Shore. And the disappointing Dunstan crew, very disappointing crew. That was one event they were targeting to win the gold medal and title in. I know for sure Simon was targeting that with his senior girls. Oh, we're seeing disappointment all week. We're seeing it. Right, the men's senior coxless. I've already given you that result. Dunstanarm went through in 6:20, which was a very, very quick time. Eramaho Wanganui. Now the women's senior, we've got the women's senior results up straight away. Waikato number 1 in 7:03. Cure Boating Club took the silver medal 4 seconds behind that, and 0.1 seconds away to Avon. Avon took the bronze medal. North Shore, Dunstan 1, then Waikato 2 and Avon 2. Ten minutes past 9 will be the women's intermediate coxed eights, the women's intermediate coxed eights final. Again, this will be a very exciting race, I am sure. Well, I hope Ice down on the inside. Petone alongside them. Dunstanarm. Oamaru's composite with Tauranga. Cure composite with Auckland. Mercer, North Shore, all the number 1 crews. No number 2 crews got in there. Competition will come from lanes 3, 4 and 5. The the composite crew of Oamaru's, the composite crew of Cure Boating Club. Gosh, they fly home, Cure Boating Club. Always well known for it. They're away with the intermediate eights. The women's intermediate eights, race 2, 88th of the New Zealand Rowing Championship for 2025 here on the mighty Lake of the Two Monsters. Lake Ruatanova in the Mackenzie country. Main sponsor is Milford, does the live streaming. Get on live streaming and have a look at the brilliant shots you're getting from the drones. Out of the start they go. It is those centre lanes. It is 4 and 5. 4 and 5 out like a rocket as they go. It's lane number 5. That's the crew from Cure Boating Club Composite with Auckland. They have shot out to only about a 3 feet lead at this stage. On their left-hand shoulder, they've got the Oamaru Composite. That's where the offense will come from. And another 3 beat back to Dunstanarm inside this first 300. Dunstanarm would only have 2 feet over Petone. And Petone's got about a half a length over Waihopai on the inside. On the outside of the lead is Cure Boating Club. Mercer's about 3/4 of a length off Cure Boating Club, who's sitting in front, and a half a length back to North Shore. So you could just about put a clothesline across the bow of all the boats, apart from the crew that's sitting out in front, and they've gone out to a 3/4 length lead heading towards the first 500, and that's a commanding lead very early in the race. And this big 8-packer, it's the Cure Boating Club Auckland competition. They've got the fastest time, and they go through to the first 500, and they're most likely Clearwater in front. On their left-hand shoulder, Oamaru Composite. On their left-hand shoulder, Dunstanarm, and on the right-hand shoulder of the leaders is the Mercer. Mercer getting put under pressure from North Shore. Dunstanarm's getting put under pressure from Petone. The only crew that really is to drop off at this time is Waihopai. And we're just starting to see a little drift off from North End. We're just seeing that drift off from North Shore a little bit on the outside as well. But I'll tell you what, this composite crew, it's Cure and Auckland Composite, and they have put a length and a quarter on the field, and we're just starting the second 500. On their left-hand shoulder, the composite crew from Oamaru and Tauranga. And then we go to the Dunstanarm combination. They got real pressure getting put on them from Mercer. Mercer's got pressure put on them from North Shore, only a half a length away. And then we've got Waihopai Petone. It is ahead of Waihopai. Coming up to the 1,000-metre buoy line, the 8. Oh, man, they have opened up a gap almost of 2 lengths now. They're going to be hard to bowl from there, because you've just seen how sharp half the Cure will come home in the last couple of races, and they've got half of them out there in this composite 8 with Tauranga. So it's a walk. Cure Boating Club. I'll let you know they go through that 1,000-metre buoy line. They go through 1,000-metre buoy line, next row of buoys, and you'll see the lead they've got. They go through this time now. Now we'll call through on their left shoulder the composite crew from Oamaru. They go through now. And then we go Dunstanarm now, locked up with Mercer now, Petone. North Shore out wide, just feeling the pinch, and also down on the inside, Waihopai can't get into it at all from there. And on the third 500 now, the old legs will start to shake. The coxswains will be dishing out the commands, you can guarantee it. The coxswains will be really getting into them. Some of these crews' race plans, they go early before the 1,000. Some of them will go at the 1,000. Some will just wait and go after the 1,000. And some won't even go at all if they're sitting out in front. They may not need to. And this crew is just absolutely trying to blitz this intermediate women's Coxed 8 field. Race 288 of the program. They've gone out further. They've gone out to almost a 3-length lead, and in 8 racing, that is a huge lead. The big Central Vincent Holdings Limited skiff of Dunstanarm's trying to pick up the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is the Oamaru Composite crew. They're up there, the coxswain and Oamaru Composite crew. You can hear her, you can see her talking to her crew. She looks across at Dunstan. She sees that Dunstan is just starting to pick them up a little bit as well. But we can say kiss goodbye to the leaders. They are way out in front. The action's coming on their left-hand shoulder and the right-hand shoulder as well. Mercer on the right-hand shoulder is a chance to going onto the dais as well. And it's down on the left-hand shoulder. It's the Composite Crew of Oamaru. And then Dunstanarm trying to put some pressure on Oamaru, and they're slowly just picking them up now. The Bow Girls up to the coxswain is up to the stroke. So Dunstan is starting to push home in the third 500 to keep Mercer out of the medals. Out to the leader again. Just to remind you who it is, it's Cure Boating Club Composite with Auckland. Cure Boating Club with Auckland. Oamaru Composite with Tauranga. That's the crew doing the chasing, but look at the lead that this Composite Crew have got. There's some powerful rowers in there as they head down towards the Gold Buoys. The big challenge now is coming from Dunstanarm to try and take the silver medal off the Composite Crew from Oamaru and Tauranga. Then on the left-hand shoulder of Dunstanarm, Petoni's trying to put some pressure on Dunstanarm. And outside Mercer. I think Mercer was in the challenge going through the 1,000-metre peg, but the pressure's starting to get too good for them. They've just slipped off by another 3/4 of a length. They only from Petoni down on the inside. Then on the right-hand shoulder of Mercer, North Shore, but they are about 3/4 of a length away from them. So the medals are going to come from the centre of the course. The gold medal in the title's going to be split between the Composite, Auckland and Cure Boating Club. They'll go down and take it in a pretty quick time, I would imagine, as well. Then we go Composite. I can't see Dunstanarm picking this crew up now. The Composite Crew of Oamaru and Auckland. And Dunstanarm still only that 3/4 of a length away from them. Will go through and take the bronze medal. But a very, very good row from Petoni. Petoni were there, very prominent in the first 500. They just slipped off ever so slightly and they're coming back into it and now putting pressure on Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm's got enough run on their boat to take the bronze medal. But the gold medal is gone. In fact, it's gone so far up they're almost hit the big concrete dam at the western end of the lake. The Composite Crew, Auckland and Oamaru, will take the silver. Only a canvas ahead of Dunstanarm, only a canvas ahead of Petoni. And then we go a length back to the crew from Mercer and another length back to North Shore. Right, the event coming down the course now is the men's clocks cog 8s, the B final of the men's club 8s. Avon number 2's on the inside and Hamilton's on the outside, and the advantages to the outside crew at this stage as they're just about ready to hit the 1,000-metre peg. It is Hamilton over Avon in the B final of the men's club coxed 8s. They were due to go out of the 2,000-metre racing starts at 15 minutes past 9, and they are right on time. The water conditions absolutely brilliant for final Saturday. Starting to build up a little bit of a crowd. Don't forget some of the rules around. If you pack it in, you pack it out. You must, and that's a must, have your dog on the lead. You're not allowed over in the boat park. If you're going over to see your siblings, you shouldn't be there. If you want to go for a walk, go down to the 1,000-metre peg and listen to the coxswains give all the calls as they go through that 1,000-metre peg. You're right on. If you've got a long arm, you could reach out and touch the crews down at the 1,000-metre peg, and you can walk all the way back to the finish. And you can reach your arm out and touch those crews. This is why this course is one of the best, if not the best course in the world for rowing. The facilities will be open. You can get the cocks, a coffee from Erin down there, or you can pick up a can of drink around at the cafeteria. Steve will have his ice creams up and running, and don't forget, if you've got any perishable food, by the end of the day, if you take it to the office, it will be donated to the Twizel Food Bank. They've got the big 8-packers St George's Composite with Waitemata down on the inside, Auckland Composite with West End, Wairea Composite with Cure Boating Club, Chow University, Avon 1, Oamaru 1, Waikato 1 and North Shore out from them. They're away. You heard Millsy say Chow University. We have got 3 international squads here. We've got the squads from Washington State under the guidance of Richard Parr, and we've got the Chow University here under the guidance of Target University, Glenn Sinclair. And I think they actually won. This is a preliminary race on in the heats day, and I think the Chow University boys won it. Very nice lads. We've had a yarn to them. So out of the blocks they go. They're still in their start zone. 4, 5. It's coming from 5. 5 is Avon 1 over Chow University. Only just on the top side, Oamaru. Only Oamaru would be a couple of feet away. They're still in their start zone, and we go right out wide to North Shore. North Shore want to show them that they shouldn't be out in lane number 8. They should be in those centre lanes. Then we go back to the left-hand shoulder of the Chow University is Wairea Composite with Cure Boating Club. And then we go on their left-hand shoulder, Auckland Composite with West End, St George's Composite with Waitemata. All these crews flare out to the back. They look as if they're an Indian file. It's like going to the Addington Trots. Through the first 500 they go. It's coming out of lane number 5. It is Avon. Avon has got the advantage. Absolutely nothing between Chow University on one side of Avon and the other side is Oamaru. Oamaru have had a very, very successful regatta here at the 2025 Championships with 2 or 3 crews on the dais. And they've got a very strong squad of men's club and intermediate clubs, and they're showing it out here with their big 8-packer out of their sheds on at Twizel. Oh, the gap's been opened up a little bit. It's been opened up as a great advantage. Look, if you get your cameras out, this is the shore arrow effect that's going on out here. That's the way they should be. And if you're wanting to know what Millsy's talking about in the arrow effect, all the fast crews are in the centre lane. 5's the fastest lane. And then you go to 4, and then you go to 6, then you go to 3. As the times get slower, they flare out to the inside, the outside. And the idea is when they come down the course, they should be in an arrow effect coming from 5 and 4 in the centre, flaring out to both sides. And that's exactly what's happening here in the big 8-packer. It is a sure example of the arrow effect as they head down towards the 1,000-metre peg, because Avon has gone out to almost 3/4, maybe slightly more of a lead over Chow University on their left-hand shoulder, and Chow University is locked up with Oamaru on the right-hand shoulder. And then we flare out to the right from there. We go Waikato 1, only a half a length away from Oamaru, and North Shore would only be a canvas away from Waikato on the left-hand shoulder of the leader, or Chow University. And then we go from there, the composite crew from Cure Boating Club, Wairea. And then we go the Auckland Composite as they flare out from there, and then back to St George's. If you've got a camera and you want to show people the course and what it's like, get it out now, because that's a sure example of the flared effect that we've always talked about. As they flare out, it's that centre lane. They've gone out to Clearwater. They've got Clearwater. They're going into that third 500 now. They've got Clearwater. Who's doing the coxing for Avon? It's Timmy Heritage doing the coxing. He'll let them know that all they need to do is just settle it down, pick up the catch, pick up the leverage point and move the boat past the leverage point. There's no urgency going from this crew from Avon. Their eyes are looking straight down to the big concrete starting blocks at the eastern end of the lake. The coxswain's talking to them. A great shot there we had of the coxswain's talking to them. Chow University still hanging on to second place, but they're under real pressure from Oamaru. Oamaru will come home quickly as well. The local crews, they know the shortcuts on the course. Waikato 1 only about 3/4 of a length off Oamaru. North Shore right there with Waikato 1. And then we go down the inside, flaring off we go. The composite crew from Wairea Composite, Auckland Composite and St George's. But it's sitting out in front, it's Avon. The race is on for the silver and the bronze. Chow University. Can they wind it up? Is their coxswain know exactly where he is on the course? And then we go on the top side of Avon. It is Oamaru. Look out from Oamaru. There's pressure going on Oamaru from Waikato. Waikato won. Oh no, they're 3/4 of a length away. North Shore only a couple of feet off Waikato won. The challenge is coming down here on Chow University is Wairea Composite with Cure. Down into the yellow boys they go. Avon's got it all sewn up well out from home. Chow University trying to wind now. The stroke man from Chow University. Look at him crank it up, buddy. Bring her up another couple more. And they're bringing with them. They're bringing Wairea Composite with them. Composite with Cure and Nelson. Down towards the line they go. 100-metre buoy line coming up. And it is Avon. They've been out in front since the starting blocks. Chow University trying to pick them up and are getting a little closer to them too. They've got it less than a length now. Chow University really going away from the challengers. Wairea Composite, Auckland, the top side of them, Oamaru, Waikato, North Shore, and then down here to the St. George's. Avon, Chow University have brought it back to 3/4 of a length. Great rowing from the Japanese squad. The bronze medal will go on the left-hand shoulder of Chow University, which is Wairea Composite with Nelson and Cure Boating Club. What a great race. And that time, I'm picking that time will be around the 6:14 mark. I just about guarantee it. What a great performance from the Japanese squad. Chow University under the guidance of Glenn Sinclair out of the University of Otago. Absolutely smashing rowing. They're brilliant guys. They've been very competitive all week and they're now just starting to find where the course is. Oh, I'll tell you what. Avon Club 8. The Avon Club 8. Avon's number 1. Take the gold medal in the title. Race 290. They have gone through in 6:04. So that 8 has gone through in 6:04. Only 2.63 is the Japanese crew, Chow University, for the silver medal. And the Wairea Composite, another 3.53 seconds behind that. Then it went Oamaru, Auckland, West End, Waikato, St. George's, Waitemata, and North Shore. So there you go, guys. They ripped through the course in 6:04 for a Club 8. What's the Premier's going to go through in? Your next race up should be the Women's Premier Coxless 4, and it's only the one crew racing. And that will be followed up by the Men's Premier Coxless 4, where there's 2 crews racing. Women's Premier Coxless 4 are on their way down through the course. It's sponsored by Grassroots Trust. Of course, we appreciate the sponsorship. And just to mention about the sponsorship regarding Milfords that are right in behind the sponsorship of the live streaming. This is just virtually a row over to get the title and the gold medal. Only the one crew in it, and they just go through the 500 metre peg. We'll get a clock on you to see what they're actually doing. They're on 34, so they're a nice, comfortable rating for them. And if you've got a novice spectator that come down to watch the off the highway or come down especially to do Saturday's racing, you wonder what Millsy's talking about, we can work out strokes per minute. This is the number of strokes that can be put in a minute. And of course, the higher the strokes are, the quicker your hands have got to be and a little quicker to the front of the slide to get the catch. The slower the rating, or the slower the stroke rating, you don't have to be as quick to get to the front. Generally, the big, powerful crews can row a boat on a slow rating around the 31s, 32 mark because they've got the power to do it. If they're a little lightweight crew and a little not so strong, they will crank the rating strokes up per minute up around the 36, 37 mark. So these girls are working on 34 as they head down through the course in their demonstration. It's not a demonstration row, but it may have well been, and they're the only crew in it. And then this will be followed up also by the men's Premier Coxless 4. And there's only the two crews, which is Avon 1 and Waikato 1. Always a big tussle amongst Waikato and Avon. Avon the top of the North Island, and then Waikato, the top of the North Island, Avon. I can't see you shifting up there, Avon, and Avon in the South Island, so it'll be south against the north. Again, we talk about live streaming, guys. It just seems to be the thing in sport now, but it's getting better and better. They've got the team here that's most likely anything up to a dozen people involved with the live streaming and the camera shots that you are getting for sports. I think Sky Sports might be involved. I'm not too sure, but the drones, there's drones being operated from the 1,000-metre peg. Joe and Jack and the boys up there that do a brilliant job with the drones. And then we've got a huge team up here in the tower that do a job. You'll see the camera barge that comes out on Friday day. The camera barge goes up and down and picks up camera shots from the barge as well. And they are the real good side-on shots that we used to use many, many years ago. We used to commentate from that barge. You'd have to go back 20-odd years since we haven't commentated from that barge. It used to go up and down each race, and the commentator stood on the deck and commentated while the cameras were there, while the video cameras were there as well. It doesn't chuck up any wake, so it doesn't interfere with the rowing of the course. And you'll just see that Waikato girls Coxless 4 now coming down to the Premier Coxless 4. It's got Isla Blake in it, Isabel Aledis Watson, Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman, all well-known names in New Zealand rowing as they head down towards the last 500-metre buoy line. Still haven't wound it up. It'll be interesting to see whether they do wind it up. Depends on how many races they've got today, I would imagine, but they're still doing that 34 rating. And in actual fact, I think it looks like they've actually dropped it one, so they'll be down around 33, even 32 now. So it looks very much like at this stage that the Women's Premier Coxless 4 title and gold medal will go to Waikato. Safety in this sport of rowing now is paramount, and you'll see that even in the good old days, you'll see some of the old rowers say, oh, we would have rowed on that water, we would have rowed on that water. Even when there's not white caps, sometimes you have to put it off for a half an hour just to let them settle down. What they rowed on many, many years ago is white caps, never to worry about it, but safety now makes sure that you've got to be very safe, the rowers. I don't think we've had a great deal of incident. I've only seen one capsize so far over the regatta. And they've just gone down and increased that rating up to about 35 now as they go down and get the buzzer and the title. Congratulations, Waikato. That will be immediately followed up by the men's race. Their due start time is 9:40. We've got a little bit of a break coming up, guys. So again, if you're going to be eating, please make sure that you've got a bag with you that you can put your rubbish in. We'll be looking at the men's Premier Coxless 4, Avon, number 1. You've got Zachary Rumble, you've got Flynn Watson, Oliver Welsh and Ben Taylor in it. Coaches Zoran Summer Squad. The RNZ Summer Squad, Logan Keys in charge of that. And Waikato, you've got Callan Turberry, Jack Cooper, Joshua Vandervick and Campbell Crouch.
Okay. Just about here, everyone. This is the Women's Intermediate 8. This event is sponsored by Twizel Foursquare. Our thanks to the wonderful team at Twizel Foursquare for supporting us. They have had a very busy week, and that is good. To present our medals, we have Jeannie Woods, who is Treasurer of South Island Rowing and also a legend of Cure Boating Club. So she most definitely is. Where are you? Right there. Okay. The winners of the bronze medal for the Women's Intermediate 8. Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. We have in this crew Elizabeth Engstrom, Miller O'Kane, Meg King, Charlotte Crosby, Michaela Oliver, Ayala Cunningham, have I said that right? Ayala Cunningham, Charlotte McKenzie, Summer Phillips, Cox and Fred Phillips, and coaches Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. Their time 7:30.17. I'm going to get out of the way so you can all see them. Well done. Bronze medal winners, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Right, race across Henry. The winners of the silver medal for the Women's Intermediate 8, Oamaru Tauranga. A great combo here. In this crew, we have Carlina Steiner, Catherine McIver, Kaya Burney, Lara Menifee, Indy Jones Hogan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright, Cox and Pippa McMillan, and coaches Ivan Doherty and Craig Bocock. Their time 7:28.70. Well done, Oamaru Tauranga. Well done. And now the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Championships Women's Intermediate 8 champion, Cure Boating Club Auckland.
Tandem boat of Waikato's has just got a slight advantage over Avon as they head toward the first 500 metres of the race. It's Waikato just with a very slight advantage. They've got a tandem rig boat, and again, if you're a novice spectator and you're wondering what Millsy's talking about, tandem rigging is where you put in a 4, you put 2 together in the middle of the boat, swinging off the one side. So it just means instead of what we call the stroke man that strokes it, it's a man that's rowing with the bow oar that strokes it. The two stroke men are in the centre of the boat of Waikato on the stroke side, so it's stroke side tandem rigged, and then the bow man on the bow side at the bow end. So it's not an alternative, stroke bow, stroke bow. Through the 500 it is. Avon just moved up alongside Waikato going through that 500 metre peg, and Avon's going to stick their nose in the punt by about 2 feet at this stage. It's gone out to a canvas now, so Avon putting a little bit of a move in from the 500. Waikato went through in front of the 500, and Avon has just gone and put their nose in front and went out to a canvas lead. Waikato trying to come back at Avon as they're in that second 500. They've gone through the 1,000 metre peg, just going through the 1,000 metre peg now, and Avon's gone out to a half-length lead. Brilliant rowing conditions out there. Umpires' boats right up alongside them, not causing any problems with any wake of any kind through that 1,000 metre peg. And it looks like a little bit more urgency coming from the Waikato crew. They've just cut it back to about a canvas now. Half a length. It'll be a half a length tops. You'll see the two differences. They come down. You'll see the one on one side, one on the other, one on one side, one on the other for the Avon. And then you'll see the tandem rig boat. You'll see the bow stroke tandem rig boat, and then two in the centre, and then one at the bow. The reason that's done, it depends on what coaches want out of it. Generally, it's done because one side's slightly a little stronger than the other, because they're coxless boats. You really don't want to steer them. Every time a coxswain steers a boat, turns the rigger, it slows the boat down. Any sharp movers slow the boat down. Too many rowers think you have to pull the blade through the water. You don't have to pull the blade through the water. You think of using the water as a leverage point, and you actually drop the blade in as if it's being locked up with a big peg, and then you move your boat past that leverage point. And these are premier rowers, so they're getting down through the course pretty quickly. Avon with the advantage over Waikato and just starting to go away from them. They done a move just before the 500 metre peg, and they opened it up again at the 1,000 metre peg, and Avon's got a length clear water now over the crew from Waikato. Avon here got a huge squad of premier and senior rowers. I'm picking their premier 8. We'll go through this course in about 550, maybe under 550, maybe 551, somewhere around about there. We'll see on the final race of the regatta. Very strong combinations coming out of Avon rowing sheds. They come down a length, maybe a length and a quarter clear. Once the pressure went on just before the 500, first 500, they just rowed away from Waikato. Waikato haven't been able to match them. So the title and the gold medal will go to the Avon River out of the Avon rowing sheds. And Waikato will go up to their sheds, which I would imagine will be in Karapiro. Down to the 100 metre buoy line they go, and it is Avon. Just cranking it up now, and there's a call come for the boat somewhere, and they've just wound it up now, a couple of extra notches. go down to the line on about 36, 37 and get the buzzer. Fine display. Waikato, just as classy, but just not good enough on the day, and they'll go down and get the buzzer too. $9.50. Now we're looking at the men's shootout singles. Right, if you know what we're not talking about here, the shootout. We've got in lane 2, Vision Island. Now, Vision Island is from Washington State. They're under the guidance of Richard Parr. So the Americans have been here and really, like the Japanese squad, they've really enjoyed their rowing here on and absolutely loving it down here in the South Island. Otago Boys 2, we've got Ben Thompson, Otago Boys 2. We've got Alexandra Nelson for Vashon Island. Now these crews, Otago Boys 4, we've got Nicholas Thom. Twizel, we've got Brian Smith. Otago Boys 1, we've got Henry Lucas. Taurongers, Lucas Harris. Vision Island, Zach Merrigan. And Otago Boys 3 is Andre Adams. Now what they do here is these are sprint races. It's 250-metre sprint races, and it's 1 against 1. I think it's 1 against 1. Oh, it looks like they're lining 3 up. Nevertheless, what happens is I think it works this way, that the one that loses drops out and the other one goes into the next round. So they'll row back up again until they come down to the very last rower. They're away. Right, the first 2 are away. So the one, oh no, they're not. They're just having a wee sprint of their own. Oh, they're just bringing it down to the 250 peg. So pretty sure that's the way it goes. They might send 3 away. I always thought it was 2 against each other. Nevertheless, if they send 3 away, the loser will drop out. The other 2 will go back up to the start again. And then every time they drop one out, the group gets smaller until they get to the very last rower, and that's the one that takes the title and the gold medal. Getting time for coffee, guys. Make sure you pop down to see Erina. Keep her going. When you finish your coffee, don't drop it on the ground. Please put it in the rubbish bin or take it with you. Don't forget you've got to water those dogs too, and all those dogs must be on a lead. I would imagine they're starting them from the barge. We'll just see if we can get an idea on who's in the barge. No, it don't look like they are. Somebody will be starting them from the 250. Oh, yes, the chief starter, Mr. Justin Walls, down there at the 250. So it looks like Justin Walls come down and he'll start them out of the 250. Whoa! Right, I'm just not too sure. On our day sheet, unfortunately, we've just got the list who's competing against each other, but we don't know who the first 3 will be. And sometimes the little Pakeha coloured boy doesn't know. So it's the Vision. The Vision Island. He's down on the inside. So I'd imagine it'll be Otago Boys. It is Otago Boys in the centre, and outside Otago Boys could be Otago Boys. No, it's Twizel. So it looks like the first 2 of the last, or first 3 is going to be Vision Island, Otago Boys, and Twizel. Okay, guys, now we've got the idea of the sprint racing. We've got it all down to a pat now. They don't match off in twos or threes. The whole 7 of them, or 8 of them, the whole 8 of them will race off. The whole 8 of them will race off as a sprint race over 250 metres. And then the last one will drop off. The other 7 will go up to the start, and they'll continue to do that until they get to the final guy. So we had a half right. It's just the number that are all racing off. So they're going to race off together. The last one will drop out. The rest will go back up at the start, and then they'll bring them back in again for 7. And then that last one will drop off, and then 6 will go back up, and they'll keep dropping one off every race. So that's the way it works. Right, they've got their line up. There they go. They're away. 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So somebody's not there. So they're away in the first sprint. The men's shootout sprint. The men's, it's race 293 of the regatta. And they're away in the men's sprint. And the last one drops out. Will not go forward. So it looks like Virgin Island down on the inside's got the best start. And they're sitting out in front over the crew from the gold, which is Waikato. Waikato out wide with a look of it. We'll just see. It's a Tauranga. So it's Tauranga Sculler on the right-hand shoulder of Tauranga. It's the colours of lane number 7, which is Virgin Island again. The 2 Virgin Island guys are there. And we're looking for the one that comes out. It looks like a Targa Boys at this stage is going to drop out. And the rest will go back up the start. And it's a Targa Boys number 4 crew. Targa Boys number 4 crew that looks like they're not going to get the buzzer. All right out on the very far side of Targa Boys 3.
Yeah, Andre Adams.
So they will turn them around and they'll go back up again. There's a break there. Here they go, they're away on the second sprint. We'll just see what we can do to pick them up for you. Right out wide, Tauranga Sculler got away really crusty. Vashon Island's in the hunt as well. In the centre, this one is Twizel in the centre. Nothing separating all those crews. This is going to be really close. Otago Boys, two Otago Boys in the middle and Vashon Island on the inside. So Vashon Island on the inside and the outside, Tauranga. It's Tauranga that's got the slight advantage in this, the old men's shootout single sculls. You know how it works. It's Tauranga, Vashon Island, two Otago Boys in the centre, Twizel and Vashon Island down on the inside. It's right out wide, it's Tauranga and Vashon Island. Looks like Twizel's the only crew that's going to miss out by the look of it. They go down towards the buzzer and they'll drop off Twizel and they'll swing around. We're starting to get, the field's getting smaller. We get this out of the way, guys, and we have a break. We have a break in the program till 10:40. Clive's coming on, so we'll be welcoming Clive into the commentary tower, who is one of the top commentators in the South Island, and learning his apprenticeship under the guidance of Ian Cartwright. All right, this looks like they're lining up the third sprint. We have eliminated Twizel and Otago Boys 3, I think it was. And one, there was somebody that wasn't out there. There must be one of the Otago boys, so we'll take it as number 4. So we're down to Vashon Island 2, Otago boys 2, Otago boys 1, Tauranga and Vashon Island 1. We're down to 4, that's 5. Vashon Island on the inside, Otago boy 2, Otago boys in the middle. Vashon Island on their right-hand shoulder and Tauranga. Tauranga goes out of the blocks, they're away again. Tauranga went out of the blocks in the last sprint very, very quickly. We'll be getting a wee bit puffed now, boys, because all this is a racing start. It's a racing start over 250 metres. They don't get a chance to swing out or even come to the front of their slide. You see the Tauranga boy very, very short on his slide. They don't get a chance to come out because it's a racing start. Vashon Island starting to show their class. Their 2 scullers is just sitting in front this time. Tauranga really cranking it up. He's on about 40, 42. He's very short in his slide. He hasn't swung over at all, and he's coming up alongside Vashon Island. And it's Tauranga. Vashon Island still over Tauranga. 2 Otago boys in the middle and Vashon Island down the inside. That's the guy that's going to miss out, unfortunately. Vashon Island 2, Vashon Island 1 has taken it out over Tauranga. Otago boys. So Vashon Island 2 will be out. When we go up, Well, here we go. We're down to the last four now, so they'll be starting, like I says, to get a little tired. I just noticed, said to Clive, that they're just a little slower going back up to the start in the sprint racing, the men's shootout. The women's shootout to come on at 10 o'clock, and Clive will do the women's shootout for us.
No, the women's shootout's cancelled.
Oh, okay. The women's shootout has been cancelled, so it just looks like the fellas, it's Tauranga out wide again, Otago Boys, two Otago Boys in the middle, and Fashion Island. He's going really well, this Fashion Island guy. He's going out. He just won the last one, or he's very close to it, Tauranga. He's out in front again. As we look across, Otago Boys Sculler, one of the Otago Boys Scullers going to, oh, could be Tauranga. Tauranga's going to miss out. Oh, he's getting tired. He's gone. So it's now down to Fashion Island and the two Otago Boys. Tauranga, he's had it. He says, I'm gone. Chuck the toys out. He's away. So we're now down to two Otago Boys and Fashion Island. They'll just slowly go back up to the start. Don't forget, we're on a sort of a break now because the women's shootout is not on. So Clive's coming back at 10:40 with the women's novice Cox State. Right, we're now away now for the last three in the shootout, the men's shootout, the last three. Fashion Island has looked very sharp indeed. Richard said to me that they're going to be sharp, the Fashion Island boys, over the sprint because they're really good. They're just lacking a lot of work coming into this regatta. But he looks like he's on target because the Vashon Island boy is sitting in front again. The two Otago boys, scullers, eyeballing each other, seat racing out there. We dropped one away from here and we've got one more race after that. Vashon Island and the gold boat of Otago boys. Looks like the second Otago boys. He's chucked it away. He's letting them go. He's felt the pinch. Down now to Otago boys, and Vashon Island looks as if he's weakening up a little bit too, and Otago boys is keeping that racing start rating as he goes through and takes the lead. It's going to come down to the final two, and it's going to be out of Otago boys. We'll just see if we can identify which Otago boys it is. He was the M5. So it's Henry Lucas. Henry Lucas, and the Vashon Island guy is...
7.
As he is out wide, he's the number 1, which is Zach Miragunnan. So we're down to the 2 now. Henry Lucas, Henry and Zach up against each other. Who's going to take the title and the gold medal? I'd imagine they're giving them out. They're getting slower and slower going to the start, I know that. The women's shootout has been cancelled, so the break in the program will come up with the women's novice cock state at 10:40. Clive's coming into the commentary tower for an hour.
We've got...
That food again, I suppose. Just another little reminder about the housekeeping again, guys. Pack it in, pack it out. Those dogs have been pretty good with the dogs, you guys. We appreciate that. You must keep them on the lead. That canteen will be open now, that's for sure. You can pop along there. You got Erin down there. Steve will have the ice creams. Steve will give you an extra 2 hundreds and thousands if you go along and tell him that Millsy said that you had to put them on there. You've got the food vans over the back as well. Support all those suppliers because all the proceeds go back into South Island Rowing. Also, just another little reminder that if you pop around to Marie with any of your food that you got left over, especially if it's food, perishable food or that, we'd appreciate it. Or if you wish to donate it, it'll go to the Twizel Food Bank. If you're walking around and taking a look at it, just be aware that if you're a spectator and you don't know about it, you are not allowed over in the boat park. We do find that we get an awful lot of parents and spectators walking around the boat park. That is a no-no as well. So again, like I said before, if you want a little bit of a walk to stretch to the legs, we'll walk down to the 1,000-metre peg and watch all the action that goes on through that 1,000-metre peg. You'll hear the coxswain's calls quite clearly as you go down there. Just be careful of the cyclists as they bowl down there to watch their crews. You can go up to the start as well, but you'd have to leave here, go in your car, unless you want to swim up to the start. The start is a quiet area, of course, but it's certainly well worth looking at again. There's boat holders over this regatta have been rowers from the Dunstan Arm rowing squad. We appreciate that help, I'm sure. They've done a brilliant job. Chief starter, Mr. Justin Wall, is down there at the sprints. They're away on the final sprint. We're going to get a winner out of this one. It's Otago boys against Vashon Island. I think Vashon Island buttoned off a little bit, knowing that he went through, just saving himself for this. Good plan, Richard. Under the Targa boys still, it's just like a sprint mode. Like I say, they won't even get to the front of their slide. They won't even get their bodies over. They won't get their handles out past the gunnels. They are locked together. Otago boys, Vashon Island, 100 metres to go. Vashon Island with a slight advantage over Otago boys. He's opened it up to about 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet now over Otago boys. Otago boys decide to sprint again and come back. Vashon Island needs to really push it. Otago boys coming back at him and put a foot. They're locked together through that row. He's got a foot, Otago boys. He's got a foot on Vashon Island. Vashon Island coming back at him again. I think Otago boys have won it. Otago boys have won the shoot-off. Oh, Vashon Island boy, he had it. He had a 2 feet. He had a 3 feet advantage just before the 100 metres. And then Otago boys decided to sprint the last 100 metres. Brilliant racing, guys. That's it now for us for a wee while. Oh, I'll switch it off here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just getting ready to restart the racing. We can see here it's race number 295. It's the Women's Novice Coxed 8 final. 2 crews in this, lanes number 4 and lanes 5. We've got from Oamaru 1, Isabel Wainwright, Sasha Wright, Ava Goodall, Bailey Pearson, Gemma Acker, Laura Acker, Peyton Dixon, Summer Columbus, and Quinn Anderson Coxing. Coaches are Ivan Doherty and Shane Carter. And this is the Women's Novice 8. And for Waikato Composite, which is a mixture of the Waikato and Aramahoa Wanganui 1, we've got Sophia Sewer, Ruby McIntyre, Dempsey Schicker, Carolee Hannah, Morgan, and they're away, Morgan Hans, Hannah Torrance, Beth Williams, and Ayla Klein, with Heidi Baldwin is coxing. So they're both away and have both had a good start, getting into their work. We can see that it's all pretty traditional in how it's set up. Sometimes you get a bit of a different setup, but it is the lane 4 crew who've just managed to get away about 3 seats, but it's early stages in this race as they make their way down. Here we see some wonderful coverage from the drones. Great work that they're putting in, and thanks to all the people involved in that, they really do a sterling job. So they're making their way down. They've gone through that first 300. They're heading towards the island there as we see the drone panning across, and that's the warm-up zone just there where all those crews get to head down, do their start practices, get into a little bit of work so they're ready for their race. All season they've put in the early mornings, rain or shine as we know, and it's a brutal sport, but this is a nicely developing race as we see Oamaru 1 against the Waikato Composite 1. It's still very much all to play for. Love those colours on the oars there with that Waikato crew. And I just think they're just coming back in slightly on it. A little bit of glitch in the coverage there. But there's the island, so that's the 500. All to play for as these crews get in. So let's just have a look. That Oamaru crew, Isabel, Sasha, Ava, Bailey, Gemma, Laura, Peyton and Summer, with Quinn Anderson the Cox. They'll be happy with that position. He has a quick look over the shoulder there. Make sure she's holding them where they are. If anything, they've just stretched a smidgen, got some more seats. So great position to be in. But can Waikato Composite, can they come back and answer? There's the umpire tucked in behind, following it down. I'll have to check and see. I don't think they've been running zonal umpiring for this national regatta. So here they come, race number 295, heading up to the 1,000-metre mark. They'll have their plans in place, but as we know, once the lights are out and they're away, the best laid plans of mice and men. And now they've got to answer. The Waikato Composite crew, they need to come back. They need to get back in this race. That's Sophia, Ruby, Dempsey, Carolee, Morgan, Hannah, and with Beth and Ayla Klein. And Heidi Baldwin is actually the cox on that. But the Oamaru crew continue to hold that gap as we see the 1,000-metre mark just there. That's a great spot to watching the race. We quite often see the coaches in there and the assistant coaches. It's a great point, and all their nerves will come out and you'll hear all the instructions coming out to the coxswain. But as they're looking at it now, they're really into the work there. We can see the 1,000-metre sign, and there's a little bit of shade under that tree there. That's where I always park myself, being obviously aware of all the sun shading that you need. But they've got a little bit of clear water now. What did you say?
I was just going to say clear water.
Yeah. So they've got this. It's very much in their control. It is the Waikato Composite who have just dropped away slightly. The question's going to be, can they get themselves back in? We start to see the vehicles and the tents that make up the last 500 meters of the course, but they're making their way down. Oamaru 1, Isabel Wainwright, Sasha Wright, Ava Goodall, Bailey Pearson, Gemma Aker, Laura Aker, Peyton Dixon, Summer Columbus. I hope she likes coffee. Quinn Anderson is the coxswain, and it's Ian Doherty and Shane Carter. They'll be very pleased with this because they've stretched this out even more. I'm going to say they're about at a boat length as they hit that 12:50. They've absolutely got this in control with good clear water. I don't think they're going to be able to answer this here. I was really looking forward to a close finish on this after the times I'd seen earlier, but it is theirs to just got to keep that consistency moving together. And again, remembering this is the women's novice Cox State, so they'll all be in their first year of rowing. And this is great for them to have some success and really be involved in it. And that means that they get back in next year, whether they're in an 8 or whether they stay with a 4 or move into a quad, who knows. But here's their chance. They're coming through. Theirs for the gold as they make their way down. Lovely coverage and a beautiful day here in Twizel. Was lucky enough to head off early and get a great run through this morning. And as we got closer, the weather was just getting better and better. And this has been great. I know we had a little bit of wind yesterday down at Twizel and caused a couple of delays. But today is absolutely magnificent. Definitely need your hat on. So as they make the way down, a good boat length now, just over a boat length. They've got this in the bag. They bring the way through as we see them. As I look at the screen, there's the 1750. And this women's novice Cox State final, race number 295. Oh, that's a good win for this Oamaru crew. They'll be very pleased with that. We see the umpire boat just tucked inside there, just following them through, but not having to get involved. Waikato Composite with the Aramohoa Wanganui crew, they're going to take second. But it is Oamaru who are going to take it. As we watch the last 200 meters now, they're into the yellow boys. They'll be looking for that final marker. The coxswain there will be talking them through. Doesn't need to drive the rating up. Just has to be consistent. Stay as they are. Come through and take the win. This next hour I'll be with you. And then I think Mills is coming back on for the State of Origin, or School of Origin, I should say. But it's those wonderful yellow caps, the rose suits from Oamaru who are coming through as we catch the last few strokes from them. They've probably got 20 meters to go. They've maintained that distance and that clear water. Comfortable win in the end as we wait for the buzzer. There they are, they're over the line. That's the win, and they're so happy. Well done to that crew. That's great for them to have that success. They'll be absolutely over the moon. And then next over the line is our Waikato Composite crew. Wonderful, wonderful race there. So I'll pick up the next race coming through, which is, now we've got the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Schools, race number 296. Now this is a B final. I'll give you a run through and then I'll come back to you. But lane number 1, we've got Waihopai. In 2, we've got Petone. We can just see there the coverage on the live stream. It's the A final just lining up. The B final are underway. So we've got West End 1 in lane 3. Lane 4 is Union 1. Lane 5 is Tauranga. Lane 6 is Avon Composite, and lane 7 is North End 1, and lane 8 is Mercer. There we have the coverage on the screen of the winners taking that. They'll be very happy. So this is the Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Schools B final, race number 296. I'll then go and obviously pick up the A final. But just looking at this B final coming through now, as I can see on the coverage, there's a bit of a spread out on this race, but it is those middle lanes, as we quite often see. So it's lanes 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 are in the mix. So that's West End, Union, Tauranga 1, Avon Composite 1 and North End. But in the blocks for the A final, race number 297, Women's Intermediate, Cox Quadruple Schools, North Shore 1, Star Boating Club 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club 1, Clifton Rowing Club 1, Waikato Rowing Club 1, Aramahoa Wanganui Rowing Club and Oamaru Rowing Club. A couple of interesting things here we can talk about is Cure Boating Club. The part of this crew just won the Intermediate 8, obviously Cox Intermediate 8, so they're coming hot off the gold medal from that previous race, the earlier race today. As we see them line up, Clifton actually have the fastest time in the semi-final with 7:25, Cure posting a 7:31 and Dunstan 7:41. But don't read too much into that, because we do know that quite often crews will be saving themselves a little bit as we see them getting ready. We see them just getting, Justin will be having a word, or the starter, I should say, Justin Wall, normally involved in all the starts. Him and his crew, are they getting ready? We also have to say that Clifton also won the intermediate double, and Isla Robinson also scored in the club double, I think getting silver in both those. So all to play for. And the Wanganui crew got bronze in the intermediate double. So there's lots to play for here. Let's have a quick look at the crews just as we're on hold waiting. Yeah, we've got a little bit of time. So Cure Boating Club have got Annabelle Hurst, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson and Macy Barnes, with Annabelle Scott coxing, and Alex Kennedy is their coach. Dunstan Arm, there'll be a strong crew. Donna Leishman, Isla Cunningham, Charlotte Mackenzie and Charlotte Crosby, with Fred Phillips, the cox there, and the coaches are Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. They're still holding them, There's Cure, we can see the Cure, that purple haze, they're getting themselves ready. A big shout out as well to the boat holders. They do a sterling job. It's quite warm there. And they're away. We have a good start. We'll take a look for the umpire boat tucking in behind. Make sure there's no early flags. A good start from lane number 7 there, North End. Mercerous just slightly back on them. Inside of North End is Avon Composite in lane 6. Tauranga have made a nice start. That's lane number 5. Lane number 5, Clifton have gone well. Sorry, lane number 5 is Clifton. So we take back to the inside. On the inside, North Shore 1 have just dropped back about a length. Inside of them is Star Boating Club. They're following down Cure Boating Club, who are probably sitting in about 5th. Cure and Dunstan Arm are neck and neck. There's been a fast start from this Clifton crew. They've gone out quick. That's Orla Honeyfield, Isla Robinson, who I mentioned earlier, Olivia Perry, Bella Neal, and Gabrielle Robinson coxing. They've made a great start. They've really thrown that gauntlet down and said, right, come and catch us if you can. Outside of Clifton, we have Waikato 1, who are sitting in a 2nd place. Look at Twizel there. Look at those mountains. Absolutely magnificent. House prices going through the roof. Get your holiday down here. Buy a boat. It's what you need to do. As we pick up the race, look at that clear water they've got at the 500 metre. There's the island. They've really gone out strongly. This is a absolutely magnificent, brutal start. Waikato are in 2nd place. 3rd place, Dunstan Arm. That's Dana, Ayla, Charlotte, Charlotte and Fred Phillips Coxing. They're just sitting in third with Cure Boating Club along with them, neck and neck. In fact, their position's changing with each stroke. They're going second and third. Cure absolutely back in the mix. Looking on the outside here, we see that Aramaho Wanganui crew along with Oamaru. But here are our leaders at the moment, and they're looking dynamic. Great movement there. That boat in lane number 5 for Clifton, moving beautifully. There's one of our safety crews in the background. They do a great job as well. So a big shout out to those volunteers. They make sure that all of our athletes are safe and they get a great view of the racing. So here we see they're coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. Lovely that drive they've got going there, very much together. And it's all about getting your power into the water, pushing that boat through, but you've got to do it together. And they have really walked away. But look at this race developing for second and third. Oh, this is going to be a good race. Really, really strong here. Lane number 4 is Dunstan Arm. Up from Dunstan Arm, we have Cure. Cure are sitting in second. Cure have come through and done a nice bit of work in that last 250 because they were sitting in about 5th, but they've got up to second. Cure is Annabelle Hurst, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Macy Barnes and Annabelle Scott. They're in a good second. Battling for third and fourth, that's the Dunstan Arm crew, and outside of here is lane 6 Waikato. So Cure have punched through. That's a great backing up of their racing. Clifton, they're in a race of their own. They've probably got 2 boat lengths. They've really gone out strongly. That Clifton crew of Orla Honeyfield, Isla Robinson, Olivia Perry, Bella Neal and Gabrielle Robinson Coxing, they have really laid it down, and that is just fantastic. Look at the puddles that they're leaving there. Cure in second. Third place, neck and neck with Dunstan Arm and Waikato. Also not out of it is Aramahoa Wanganui. Yes, Aramahoe, they're out there in lane number 7. They've come back in. They've just kept walking, and there is this Clifton crew, our leading crew, looking fantastic. There's their coxswain there. She'll be talking to them. They can look back down the field, and they know that everyone else is trailing them down. But it's a lovely row in this Women's Intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls, race number 297. The New Zealand National Rowing Competition here, sponsored by Milford Asset. They've done a great job, and they are absolutely, they've got this in the bag. It was great to see, but Cure have got that second place. Cure are looking good for that second place. Annabelle, Ella, Perry and Macy. Annabelle Scott Coxing, they're in second. Third place is Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm in third. But I just want to pick up on those other crews, Waikato and Aramahoa Wanganui, just to make sure I'm giving you that right. As we look at it coming down, beautiful day, as I said. Here we are. There's the Dunstan. They've got the Bill and Ben yellow caps on. I always like those hats because it just protects the top of your ear, making sure you're not getting sunburnt. There's that great strip from Aramahoa Wanganui, a lovely looking row suit. There's Star Boating Club in the background as well. And there's Waikato. Everyone, they're charging down there. They're into just before 250 to go. Clifton are obviously out on their own. They're well within the 250. Look at them go. Cura looking strong for second. Dunstan Arm are holding on for third. And outside here, I just want to pick who that is, make sure I get that right. Just give me a second. Aramahoa Wanganui. Yes, it is. It is indeed. They've come into the mix. So it's Clifton. Clifton are coming down, obviously have got the lead. They're our leaders. Second place is Cure Boating Club. Purple Haze coming through. They're backing up what they did earlier. Further out on that far side there, that's the Aramahoa Wanganui, they've really done well there, and they've rode through Dunstan Arm, and you don't say that very often. I can tell you that. They are brutal with their training, but it's Clifton. Clifton in lane number 5, a majestic row, absolutely fantastic, well deserved. They went out quickly. They really put in a piece of work, doing superb. They're going to take our gold. Cure are coming in for second. Lane number 3. They're backing up their earlier medal with a silver now. Great to see. Well done, Cure. Alex Kennedy will be happy with that. Oh, Dunstan have come back on them. Dunstan have come back in 4th. Lane 4. They're going to get bronze. Wow. That's great work. And it is over in lane number 7. Aramahoa Wanganui come through 4th. Then it's Waikato, then Star Boating Club, and then on the inside, North Shore. Wow, wonderful racing. I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are back for the men's club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. This is going to be a superbly competitive race. We've got Waikato 1, Avon 1, Wellington 1, Canterbury 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Nelson 1, Auckland 1, and Whakatane Composite. Now, if we look at some of these times, as we just pick up the coverage, we can see them, and they're away. This is race number 299. Fast start from Dunstan there. In the times leading up to this, in the previous heats in the semi-final, Dunstan posted a 6:23. Canterbury 6:24. And Nelson 6:25. So there is absolutely nothing in this and these leading crews, as we see the umpire boat tuck in behind, as we have this magnificent view down the rowing lake and wonderful facilities here. We'll just let them get into it, as we know it's a big fast start, a lot of power, a lot of energy expended to get that boat away and get it moving. And now they get into their work, as we see the view back across there to the warm-up area. Now, lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm. Just out over Canterbury. They've maybe got a seat or two, but it's all to play for. Let's have a look at this Canterbury crew first. We've got Noah Visser, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman, coached by Josh Schmidt. And the Dunstan Arm crew is Jelt Stuck, Oliver Hamilton, Roland Azane and Harrison Theode, obviously coached by Simon Smith. In one of the Avon crews here, James Tavendale and Lachlan Nicholas, they just won the Club 8. They're in the Avon 1 crew. They're sitting about 4th at the moment in that Avon crew in lane number 2, maybe 4th or 5th. 3rd place is pretty close, but I'm giving that to Wellington at the moment. Wellington have got it there as they've... Nelson are in the mix as well. Let's have a look at Nelson. That's lane number 6. Yeah, lane number 6. They're going along nicely. They've just gone away from the Auckland 1 crew. Out on the far side, lane number 8 is Whakatane Composite. But it is the Dunstan Arm crew, Jalt, Oliver, Rowland and Harrison. They have just stretched. No clear water yet. No clear water, so plenty still to play for. And this is going to be a wonderful finish for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But Dunstan Arm, again with their yellow Bill and Ben bucket hats on, they'll be trying to get some clear water at this 1,000-metre mark. They like to control the race from the start, but they do have a big finish, as we saw in the last race, where Dunstan came back to nick that 3rd. There's the 1,000-metre mark, just getting clear water now. But I tell you what, down in lane 2, Avon have come back up against that Canterbury crew. They are sitting in 3rd, and they have dragged Waikato with them. That's Jaden King. Nelson are also coming along. That's Ollie Hawkins, Ethan Steele, Sam Johnston and Flynn Mercer. Sorry, that's the Dunstan Arm crew. Nelson is... no, that is Nelson. Oh, it's nicely developing here. So Dunstan Arm are still out in front. They're our first. They're our leading crew as we get down. Avon are coming. Whoa, look at that Avon crew move. I know that James Tavendale was dropped into this crew because I think somebody was ill earlier on in the week. So there was a late change there. And that is lane number 2, S2. They're taking Waikato with them. Waikato had a quick look across there. Avon look across the bow. The bow, yeah, the bow looked across. He's kept a couple of times. He's looked across now. Oh, lane number 1 moving. They're all moving. In 4, Canterbury have seen those crews move up on them. Still Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm have got the lead, but it's really going to close up nicely as we... Oh, it is closing up. Look at this. Down on the lane number 1, Waikato, then Avon. They are neck and neck, absolutely in this race. They're sitting 2nd and 3rd, and that position's changing all the time. Dunstan are our leaders. Lane number 4, that'll be Canterbury. They're sitting in 4th at the moment, but nothing much in it. Wellington are just slightly back, as are Nelson. As I said, the men's club, Coxless Quadruple Schools, very competitive racing this. Absolutely magnificent row here from Dunstan Arm. Jelt, Oliver, Rowland and Harrison. Simon will be on his bike watching this race develop. He knows that they've done the work down there as they're getting through into it. We'll see if I can pick up a shot from further afield, but it is absolutely great. Oh, look at that. Down on the inside, Waikato. Waikato have made a move. They are literally 6 inches in front of the Avon 1 crew. Avon 1 are in 3rd. 4th and 5th is neck and neck with Canterbury and Nelson. Yes, we can see Waikato, Jaden King, Harry February, Jasper Mailing and Jameson McCotchney. They are sitting in 2nd now. Can Avon answer? They're all closing up on Dunstan. Dunstan Arm. Final sprints coming through now. Absolutely the final sprint. They're coming to the last 100. Once they hit that red marker just there, it's 100 to go. It's all to play down on the inside. Avon have come back. Avon are coming back. Nelson are in there. Nelson are in the mix. Waikato are holding to 2nd. Dunstan Arm are going to take the win. Waikato down on the inside, lane number 1. Waikato, they're going to take 2nd. Avon are going to take 3rd. Dunstan Arm take the win. That's a big win. Waikato and that Avon crew are over the moon with that 3rd. That's a great row there. Well done. Fantastic row from Dunstan. Absolutely superb. Waikato did superb as well because they were a couple of lengths back. Jaden King, Harry February, Jasper Mayling and Jameson McCochney. They did superb. Dunstan Arm, Gelt Stuck, Oliver Hamilton, Roland Ozane, Harrison Theode, coached by Simon Smith, another gold medal. Look at the start there on the coverage. A big drive out of the blocks there, and they've really got into their work quickly. And here's the point where we can see the Avon and the Waikato crews just started to make a move, but Dunstan, they had the distance, they had the gap, and they managed it, and we can see how excited they are when they go over the line. That's a lot of work. Well done to all those rowers. Fantastic work from everyone. I'll catch up with you shortly for the next race. Well, I'm just coming down from that race. That was absolutely spectacular. Wonderful racing in the men's club, Coxless Quadruple Schools. I have to say, big shout out to Waikato and Avon and Nelson and Canterbury. Wellington were in the mix as well. Dunstan Arms, superb. But Waikato came through on that inside lane. As we pick up now, it's the women's club single. Always a competitive grade here. Let's have a look who we've got in it. Just need to quickly pick this up. Women's club single schools. We've got North End 1 is Georgia Graham. In lane 2, Dunstan Arm 1 is India Nichols. In 3, Clifton 1 is Jessie Pulford. In 4, Dunstan Arm 2, Olivia Ollerenshaw. In 5, Waikato 1, Tegan Nigas. In 6, Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Jemima Glayholm. In 7, Rotorua 2 is Lucy Gaston. And in Avon 1 in lane 8 is Charlotte Peterson. And they are away. They are out the blocks and racing. So, Women's Club, Single Schools, race number 301. And as I look at the TV coverage here, there's our umpire boat just tucking in behind. Great to see them doing the more traditional umpire following the race. I think when we've got a more gaps in the racing, then it's easier to have the umpire boat following down. I know a couple of regattas this year we've run a zonal umpire system, which I think has not been everyone's cup of tea, but some people like it, and it definitely creates less wake for the when you've got back-to-back racers all charging down. But looking at this race, lane number 5, Waikato 1, Tegan Negus, who is moving her boat through that water, and she is sitting in first place. Lane number 5. Down on the inside, lane 1, North End, Georgia Graham, just dropping a couple lengths back. She's fallen behind Dunstan Arms, India Nichols, who is just slightly back from Clifton 1, Jessie Pulford. She's neck and neck. Jessie's neck and neck with Dunstan Arm, Olivia Ollerenshaw. They're very much racing together, but it is Tegan who has got the lead at the moment. Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Jemima Glayholm. She's gone with her. She's just trying to claw back that little bit of clear water. And outside her is Lucy Gaston, coached by Alistair Riddle. That's for Rotorua in lane 7. And in one of the sleeper lanes, lane 8, Charlotte Peterson for Avon 1. Quite often you find with these races that, and particularly when we're just viewing them through the binoculars, the sleeper lane is that lane number 1 because you can't see it from the tower very easily. But at the moment, it's lane 8, Avon, Charlotte Peterson, she's put a good piece of work in. She's slightly in front of Rotorua, Lucy Gaston, but it is still Waikato in lane 5. As the drone pans across here, gives us some wonderful shots. See the trees in the background. Plenty of pine cones for those winter fires. And it is a mental game in these singles, as we know. It's a brutal, brutal sport. They're going along nicely. Fastest time in the heats was Tegan Negus at 8.30 with Jessie Pulford at 8.45. So Jessie is in the lane 8. So probably no surprise she's very much in the mix. Just outside of Tegan is Jemima from the Bay of Plenty. They're the ones who are battling this out. Tegan was part of the Waikato Club 8 that won gold earlier today, and also got bronze in the club quad. So she's really backing up some races. So she's had a bronze in the club quad and the gold in the club 8. That's a great trip away down to the South Island, isn't it? So as we see, there's the coach's corner. Coach's corner, the 1,000-metre mark in this single. Tegan managing that gap. She's got a bit more clear water now. And it is Bay of Plenty Coast going with her. Down on the inside, we need to keep an eye out there for Clifton 1, Jessie Pulford. There's those magnificent colours of Waikato. Absolutely fantastic rowing strip. You can always spot them on the lake. Yes, in lane number 3, Clifton, Jessie is getting back involved in this. She's dragging India Nichols with her. India's getting involved. They're closing it up. Bay of Plenty Coast. Jemima Glayholm, she's still holding second, but it's in lane number 3. There's a bit of work being put in by Jessie Pulford for Clifton. There we can see in the coverage, it's lane number 6 is your leader. Lane number 3 is getting involved, and she's dragging Dunstan Arm Indian Nichols along as well. Out on the far side, I'm just want to pick up lane number 8, just so I can pick that. Here we see it is Rotorua still sitting in second. Rotorua in second. Jessie sitting in third. Bay of Plenty in second. Bay of Plenty. It's Waikato lane number 5. Lane number 5 is our leader. Lane number 6 is sitting in second. Lane number 6 is sitting in second. Charlotte Peterson is for Avon in lane 8. I can't give you her position at the moment. I'll try and pick it up on the binoculars. Quite difficult to see from here. But here we see lane number 2 there. That's India Nichols. There's the Dunstan Arm colours, coached by Simon Smith. You can see someone's getting a good walk in with that dog. The dog will be happy. Hope it's been to the barbecue and managed to pick up a sausage. So lane number 2, we can picking that up. Lane number 3 for Clifton, that's Jessie Pulford. As we come down now, they're at the 1,500. Yeah, third is Clifton, that's Jessie in third. Jessie's in third. Waikato 1. Still got the, here's Avon. Avon out here there. Oh, this is going to be close for third. Between Jessie and Charlotte Peterson in lane number 8. She had a good time. I think she's just sitting in fourth, probably equal with Indian Nichols. But it is lane number 5, Waikato 1, Tegan Negus. Remember, she had the fastest time of 8:30 in the heats. Lane number 6, Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Jemima Glayholm. She's sitting in second. Jemima's sitting in second. I'll now pick it back up with the binoculars. There's going to be a lovely finish for third here with Avon out there in lane 8 and Clifton in lane number 3. We're just about to hit, or our leader is just about to hit 1750. There she goes. She makes the yellow boys now.
Silver medal winners, Pure Boating Club.
She hits that there in our second place rotor. She's trying to go long with that stroke. Waikato in lane number 5 is lane number 5. She's our leader, Tegan. Tegan's bringing it home. Bay of Plenty. Jemima is following her down. There's a good race, as say, for third. That's between Charlotte Peterson, Avon 1 in lane 8, and Clifton, lane number 3, Clifton 1. That's Jessie Pulford. I think Jessie's just got third at the moment. I'll just look to get that confirmed. Yes, she has, by about half a boat length, actually. But it's our winner, or our leader, I should say. She's coming down to the winning line. Our leader at the moment is lane number 5. Lane number 5, Waikato 1, Tegan Negus. She is hers. Last couple of strokes now. Last couple of strokes. Avon have dropped away into 4th. Tegan's going to take the win. There's gold. Tegan takes it. Second place in lane number 6 is Bay of Plenty, Jemima Glayholm. Third is Clifton 1, Jessie Pulford. Oh, Avon have stopped rowing a little bit early there. Hopefully they get over the line. Yes, they do. Down on the inside is Dunstanarm in lane number 2. They take 5th. Then we come back across to the middle there. That's the second Dunstan rower going over, and also the North End rower, Georgia Graham, going over. Great racing there. Well done in the women's club single sculls A final.
Once you
Right, here we see we're into race number 303. 303. This is going to be a really competitive racing here. This is men's senior coxless pair oars. We've got in lane 1 St George's 2, in 2 North Shore 1, in 3 Cure Boating Club, in 4 Avon 2, in 5 Avon 1, 6 Avon 3, in 7 Waikato 1, and in lane 8 Waikato 3. So great racing here. This is going to be a highly talented and competitive field. A lot of these boys here are pushing for New Zealand teams. This is an iconic race in the men's senior pair. So race number 303. Let's have a look at some of these crews on the outside here. That's one of the Waikato crews. Through the middle we're seeing that plethora of Avon 1, 2 and 3, and there's Cure Boating Club. That's Lewis Meets and George Johnson, coached by Alex Kennedy. They are just slightly back on a couple of those Avon crews and the Waikato crew. Inside of the Cure crew is North Shore 1. Waikato 1, that's Zach Brownlee and Ari Magasavi, thank you. Ari Magasavi, apologies Ari. There's the island, 500 metres. They've all left that behind. There's those couple of Avon crews there. That'll be Josh Syme and Fergus Johnston with Harry Galvin and Matthew Glenn. Remember seeing Matthew Rowe for St. Bede's and Lincoln University. I saw him in the university regatta. Some great rowing there as well. All this is closing up nicely, really developing well. There's Avon in line 5. That's Harry and Matthew. As I said earlier, these are very, very talented, really some top quality rowers here, and pushing for obviously future development and future honours within the elite New Zealand teams. As we see the Avon crew in lane 4, that's Josh Simon, Fergus Johnston. They are just moved slightly in front of Lewis Meets and George Johnson, who and Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight for North Shore 1. They've very much come back into this as well. That's lane number 2. Lane number 1 have dropped away. That's St. George's. But lane 2, North Shore 1, Blake and Ethan, they've really done a nice piece of work there. They've been putting some power in. Looks like they've just increased their rating. They really wanted to get into their work there, and they are walking. They are walking. They've gone through the other Avon crew and really pushing on lane number 5. That's Avon 1, Harry Galvin, Matthew Glenn. There we go. There's the 1,000 metres. It's gone. 1,000 metres are gone. We can see a few bikes in the background. This really is a blue ribbon event. The men's senior coxless pair as they make their way, lane 5. I just want to pick up some of these wider lanes as well, just to see, because I seem to remember Waikato will be very much in this. There's a couple of Avon crews. Cure staying with them. Cure Boating Club out of the Kaipoi River. Kaipoi River. North Shore really have put a move on there. This is so impressive. Wow, this is some quality rowing. Look at that rating there. Look at the puddles they're leaving. They are banging it in. This is great to see. Really are moving. There's a quick look across. They both have a look, keeping that boat nice and straight. Avon crew are under pressure. There's no doubt at all. If they have a look across both the Avon 1 and 3, Avon 3, Toby Robinson and Ted Main. It's Josh Simon, Fergus Johnson and Harry Galvin and Matthew Glenn. Avon 3 are dropped slightly further back. There's the 2 Avon crews. Lane number 4, lane number 5. Josh and Fergus, Harry and Matthew. They are going together, but North Shore, what a move. I'm going to enjoy watching that again in the replays. That's some superb rowing. I want to pick up the Waikato crew in lane number 7, because I think that is Zach Brownlee and Ari, and they are in this. I'm just going to have to go back to the binoculars just as my TV coverage is just giving it. Oh yeah, they are in this. They are absolutely in this. We just need to pick up the crew outside, Waikato 1 in lane 7, because it isn't all Avon and it isn't all North Shore. Waikato are in this. They are absolutely there. He's moving it now. That drone's going across, and I'm hoping he's going to pick up Waikato. Are they putting North Shore under pressure? Are they putting North Shore under pressure, or are they just? I think they're in this. Lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, and Waikato 1 in lane 7. Waikato 1 in lane 7. They're right in the mix here. Yes, it's the red, yellow and green of Waikato. They're not out of this at all. There's 5 boats charging down here. North Shore have got their nose in front. A smidgen of clear water. Not much in it. A bit of a splash there. There's a couple of splashes coming through from that North Shore crew. They're putting so much into this. Let's pick as the crowd really joins. Waikato are probably back in 4th. North Shore have got their noses in front. Cure are pushed back in. Cure have absolutely pushed back in. They've gone through. They've gone through the Avon crew. Cure are in the mix. They're sitting second. Cure are getting second. North Shore have burst. Cure second. The Purple Haze is second. But North Shore, they're coming down the last few strokes. They've both gone through the Avon crew. Both gone through Avon crew. Avon 4 going to take bronze. North Shore take first. Cure Boating Club take second. Avon take third. Fantastic racing. Waikato come in fourth. And lane number 5, Avon, come fifth. That is wonderful racing. What a great race. And the men's senior coxless pair. Let's have a look at these crews. The winners, North Shore, Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight. Second place, Cure Boating Club, Lewis Meets and George Johnson. And third place was Josh Syme and Fergus Johnston. What a great race. I need to go and have a sit down.
It's a bad race, but they...
I just got to come back there and just let you know. One, there was 1,000 metres of work there for North Shore from about the 500 metre mark, and they just went. They went and they came. They were about fifth, and they came through. Cure Boating Club, got to say, Lewis and George, they were fifth at one stage, and they just had a massive last 500. They rode through. Well, everyone apart from North Shore, they did a great job. Avon will not be happy with that third because they were really lining up for a gold medal in that. What a race. We'll see them rowing again. Some of these boys will see rowing for higher honours with New Zealand. Fantastic race. Hope you enjoyed it. Right, we can see race number 305. It's the A final, the women's senior pair. Again, a wonderful blue ribbon event. I'll run through the crews with you in a second. Just get the information back in front of me. Race number 305. It's North Shore 3 in lane 1, Avon 3 in lane 2, Avon 2 in lane 3, Waikato 1 in 4, Avon 1 in 5, North Shore 1 in 6, Waikato 3 in 7, and North Shore 2 in lane number 8. They've dropped the dongle, as I call it, and they are away. They're all away. The women's senior coxless pair, fastest crew was Avon 1 at 7:39. Avon 2 were also 7:39, and Waikato were 7:44. That's Waikato 1 at 7:44. So, umpire boat tucking in behind. Lane number 1. Yep, lane number 1 and 2 have dropped back. That is lane number 1 and 2 have dropped back. That's North Shore 3 and Avon 3. Lane number 3 is Avon 2. That's Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel. They're probably sitting in 6th at the moment. They're following down on the Waikato 1 crew of Tegan O'Dwyer and Isabel Melville. But they are following behind the Avon 1 crew, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. I have to say that Phoebe's a fantastic drawer. I remember being in the pub a couple of years ago and she entered the kids' colouring competition. I think she won that as well, although she definitely wasn't 5 years old, I can tell you that. So I think she might have lied about her age on that competition, but that's the winning spirit that they have. So North Shore 6, Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersfield. Waikato 3. Waikato 3, that's Brooke Pitchford and Amelia Glover. So leading us out, that is the Avon crew. Is that right? Avon crew. In lane 5. lane 5. It's Avon Crew in lane 5 who are leading us at the moment. That's Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier.
So lane 6 now.
Lane 6 is North Shore. That's Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersfield. That's in lane number 6. They're sitting in second. And then it is in lane number 3. It is Katie Bethel and Georgie Bethel. Mills is joining you back soon. I'll be coming off air and he'll be picking up as we make their way down. Making their way down, we can see that red boat of Avon, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier, coached by Tim Hopkins and Matt Adam. Wonderful racing here, beautiful weather, just a very gentle zephyr coming through as the B finals just finishing, but it's this women's senior coxless pair, as I said earlier, a blue ribbon event, and it is the North Shore 1 crew of Stevie and Olivia. They are sticking with this very strong and dynamic Avon crew. Outside of North Shore, Waikato 3, that's Brooke and Amelia. They've had a good week as well. They'll be trying to get back involved. Lane number 3, Avon 2, Katie and Georgie. They're sitting third, all to play for. They've just got to keep walking there. They're making their way to the coach's corner, 1,000-metre mark. Certainly there's 3 boats in that third and fourth position who are trying to get in the mix. Let's just see who that... I know that one's Avon. That must be the other Waikato crew. Yeah, that'll be Waikato. But it's Avon 1 here. Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. They have gone through the 1,000-metre. They have got clear water over lane 6. North Shore 1. Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersfield. Can the other Avon crew of Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel, can they put them under pressure? They're certainly trying. A couple of coaches riding down there or parents riding down there watching this. This is the women's senior pairs. Again, we can just see the back of our leading boat there.
The winner of the silver medal for the women's club singles scout from Bay Atletico's Rowing Club.
They'll just be concentrate on their rating now. That's the 1250. That's the 1250. Now, the moment of truth we know is that last 500. That's where all the hours of training, all the early mornings, the gym sessions, the stretching, the erg sessions. Oh, look at that Avon crew. They are skipping, aren't they? They're skipping along there in lane number 3. They are really putting North Shore in lane 6. I think they're going to start to put them under a bit of pressure. North Shore are going to have to answer. Let's hope they're not burning too many matches too early, Avon. But I think they've done well to come back in. As we pick up the slightly wider shot from the drone footage. Wonderful race developing here. Avon have put a move in and they've done well. Who else is coming through with them? This is the question as we pan further out. We pan further out and just pick up North Shore, Waikato. There's Avon. We look down on that inside crew. Yes, Avon have done well. This is Waikato out here as well. But it's Avon 1 in lane 5. Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier. They've rowed together for a while in different boats. I know they rowed in the 4. I know they've been in the 8. Time together on the water is always key. Avon down on one of the inside lanes there. That's Avon 2 in lane 3. Just making sure. Yes, that is lane 3. They've done well. They've put North Shore in lane 6 under the cosh. I don't think they're going to get back to the lead crew, the Avon 1 crew, but Avon will be very pleased if they can get a 1-2 here. If they can pick up a 1-2, they're obviously going to make a strong 4. I'm sure they did earlier on in the yesterday. So, as we look down the final stretch of the rowing course here. Absolutely magnificent. I know they've had all the boys out recently and getting them cleaned. That's a bit of a job, I can tell you that. I'm no good with a scourer, but they've really got them cleaned. So, North Shore are sitting in third place in lane 6. As I go to the traditional binoculars, here they come. Avon in lane 5. They're in our lead position. Avon in lane 3. Lane 3 are sitting in second. Third place is North Shore in lane number 6. That's North Shore. That's Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersfield. But our winners, our leaders in lane number 5, for Avon 1, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier, they're going to take the win. Oh, we've had North Shore have just had a bit of an issue there. Can they hold on to third? They're putting under pressure. Avon takes second place. That's lane 3. Lane 3, that's Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel. And it's all very close on the far side. I think North Shore had a little bit of a hiccup, caught a crab, but they've got over for third before coming under pressure from Waikato out on the far side. So I'm going to love you and leave you now. All right, I've got, apologies, ladies and gentlemen, I've got one more race to go as we pick up a replay. There's our start, and they are our gold medalists. That's the Avon crew of Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. It was a nice start. They all moved off beautifully. Big puddles forming everywhere. Big power coming through in those early strokes as they get away. And then as we come to the end, it's the Avon crew. Just a little bit of a weave there, but they come over the line and they're pretty happy with that. I thought North Shore had thrown a bronze away, but they managed to do it. Oh, look at this race. This might be a replay, apologies. Oh no, this is the men's novice Cox 4. Is that what I'm picking up now? Yes. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to pick this race up. This is race number 307. Men's novice Cox 4. Yes, here we go. Nice competitive racing here. We've got Nelson 1, Timaru Rowing Club 1, Hamilton Rowing Club 1, Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, Petone Rowing Club, Oamaru Rowing Club, Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, my favourite row strip of all, and Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. So wonderful racing here that I'm sure we're going to see with these men's novice Cox 4. As we look down from this fantastic footage. I'm a little bit unsure how many drones we're using, but it might be, is there 3 or 4 drones on the go? There's at least 4 drones, and we have to put a shout out to our operators downstairs who are giving us all this coverage. It is absolutely wonderful. I hope you're sitting at home, or maybe you're at work with the coverage on there, and you can watch these great pictures as you see these men and women, boys and girls, getting into their racing and absolutely loving it. It's the highlight of a big year for a lot of these rowers. Obviously, we've got some major events coming ahead within the school program with Mardy and South Island secondary schools. But this is the pinnacle for the club season and the nationals and the award dinners that they'll have afterwards, and I'm sure there'll be a sherbet or 2 sunken tonight. And I know there's been a couple of coxswains thrown in the lake already, and that's great to see. Frankly, they deserve it because they give a lot of stick to all these rowers. So as we make our way down, it's lane number 4 and 5. Lane number 4 and 5. That's Hawke's Bay 1 and Petone 1. Great to see they're having a good grade, but they're still pretty early on. They're about at 300. And let's have a look who's in this Hawke's Bay crew. It's Lucky Leach, Felix de Groot, Ashton Bell, Noah Layton, and Zach Fitness is the Cox. For Petone 1, we've got Ethan Gruby, Mitchell Kilmister, Liam Jeffries, Finnegan Jones, and Mila Sobery is the Cox. And it's all happening here. Lanes 4, lane 5, lane 6, 7 and 8. They're all in this. Let's have a look at 7 and 8. 8 is Hawke's Bay. Lane 7, Aramahoa Wanganui. They're just trying to stick with them. Lane 1 have dropped away. That's Nelson. Nelson 1 have dropped away. In lane 2, Timaru just back a couple of lengths, but not out of it yet. Lane 3, Hamilton. Hamilton 1 in lane 3. They're probably sitting about 5th and 6th, but it's lane number 4 and lane number 5, and out here in lane 8. So 4 and 5 is Hawke's Bay 1, and lane 5 is Petone 1, with Hawke's Bay 2 out in lane 8. Great to see these novice rowers out here, and obviously we want them all back. This is the men's novice Cox 4 A final, race number 307. I think we're going through to about 3:30 today, Millsy was saying earlier on. A little bit more of a spread across this field, but no one's gone away. There's the yellow boat of Petone. And those boys are absolutely neck and neck with the Hawke's Bay 1 crew. Hawke's Bay 2, so they're going to make a good 8, aren't they? A good Novi 8. Because lane number 8 is Hawke's Bay 2, and they're absolutely in this as well. That's William Griffin, Tom McHardy, Angus Lovell, Blake Griffin and Charlie Scott Coxing. They're absolutely in this. So lane number 2 is Timaru. Lane number 3, Hamilton. In 4, that's Hawke's Bay 1. 5, the yellow boat of Petone. They've just gone away from the lane 6 Omaru crew, and likewise have just walked away a little bit from Aramaho Wanganui. And in lane 8, Hawke's Bay 2. Let's just see where they are. Yeah, see, they're sitting 4th, maybe 5th, but absolutely in it. All to play for. The yellow of Petone has got about a canvas, if even a canvas. It's pretty close. Safety boat just getting out the way there. That's great to see. A couple of bikes following these novice crews down there. Oh, I tell you what, Hawke's Bay in lane 4 have just moved back. They've done a little bit of body of work there, done a body of work and got into it. So that's great to see. Petone, can they put a move back on them? Can they answer? Can they make them work harder again? Give them a problem to solve. They've just got to stay together as they move through there, get that power through the blades, into the water. Hawke's Bay, lane 4. Hamilton and also Timaru aren't out of this for a medal yet. Timaru, down on the inside there, we can just see them. They're coming back. I think they're getting some move put in place, and they're getting back into this race. Wonderful shots here. Beautiful day down here at Twizel. A little bit of cloud in the sky, but really not much at all. Oh, look at that footage. What did we do before drones, Millsy? I don't know what we did, but yeah, that's right. I think we might have made it up on occasion. I might have occasionally done that. But anyway, we're having a great time here down at Twizel. I am looking forward to popping into the Top Hut later. I just want to make sure. I'm very worried about their Speightsoul Dark. I need to make sure that I just check the quality control. But let's look. Hawke's Bay. They really have got Timaru down on the inside. Timaru down on the inside. That's Parker Anderson, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler and Toby O'Connor. They are absolutely back in this. That's Timaru down on the inside. In lane number 2, Hamilton trying to stick with them. Outside of Hamilton is lane 4, Hawke's Bay. Petone are coming back. Ethan Gruby, Mitchell Kilmister, Liam Jeffries, Finnegan Jones and Mila Sobry. Oh, and outside of them, Petone, outside of them, Omaru have come into the mix. Omaru have come into the mix here. Great to see. Just going to come back to the binoculars. This is going to be neck and neck. Petone, Omaru, the gold with the black cross of Omaru. They have just sidled up and they're saying we're getting involved here. Timaru down on the inside are absolutely in the mix. There's the blue cross of Timaru. Timaru boys In lane number 2, there's a novice crew there. They're in the medal mix. Petone are they going backwards? Petone, the bright yellow, it's like pack and save out there, I can tell you that. It's definitely a pack and save yellow, or is it MTF yellow? I don't know. But the leaders in lane 4 are Hawke's Bay. Timaru down on the inside. Absolutely coming into them. They're sitting second. They're neck and neck first. Hawke's Bay first. Timaru first. Timaru first. Less than the canvas. They've got a foot. They've got 2 feet. Timaru, they're going to come through. Timaru have got it. Hawke's Bay second. Third place, Omaru in lane 6. Petone dropped down to 4th. And in lane number 3, that is Hamilton. Wow, what a race for the men's novice Cox 4. As we just picked the highlights just there. Wow, what a great race that was as we see them, these young athletes, getting into their work. A great start. Wow, Timaru. Let's have a look at that Timaru crew. Parker Anderson. I think it's Parker. That's right. Parker Anderson, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler, and Toby Connor Coxing. Mac Brown and Blake Parker are the coaches there. That is a big win for them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you now. Have a great regatta. Make sure you tidy everything away. And drive safe when you're heading home later today or tomorrow. Bye now.
Thanks, Clive. Much appreciated. Good to get a different style on everything, guys. You're very lucky down here in the South Island that you've got 4 excellent commentators that can keep you up with a different style. Men's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls, race 308 of the program. It's sponsored by 776BC. That's before Christ, I think. 11:50 a.m. is the start time out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the 8, and I think you'll find they'll be on their way very shortly. Out of lane 2, we have Clifton 1, lane 3, Aramaho Wanganui 1, lane 4, we have Dunstan Arm, and it's Waikato 1 and 5 and Avon 1. Now, I must say, and I must give a little plug to the Dunstan Arm crew, I think it's the first time, and I've been involved with Alexandra Rowing Club in Dunstan Arm for over 65 years, and I have never ever seen a crew that's been good enough to be at premier level as far as rowing goes. And this very young star-studded lineup from Dunstan Arm have shown the Dunstan Arm or Alexandra colours to the fore, the first time ever they've ever had a premier crew good enough to be in an elite Premier New Zealand Championship race. And I'll tell you what, they'll go very well indeed. They've let them go. They have let them go for the championship Coxless Quads. They should go through this course in around about the 6:18 mark, less 6:14 mark. They'll go through this course in star-studded lineup. Clifton down the inside, Aramaho Wanganui in 3, Dunstan Arm in 4, Waikato in 5, and Avon out in 6. And it's the 2-3 in from Dunstan Arm that's gone out nice and quickly, and they've dragged Waikato with them. And then a half length back to Avon 1 on their right-hand shoulder. We go only a couple of feet back to the crew from Aramaho Wanganui, and Clifton only a couple of feet back there. They're still in their start zone. And I'll tell you what, 1, 2, 3, Dunstan Arm are about 45 strokes per minute as they shoot out of that start, and they've got themselves about 2 feet advantage over lane number 5, which is Waikato number 1. Waikato 1 trying to bridge the gap. They can't at this stage for the stall. They're just starting to go out now Dunstan just starting to open up with their hands getting outside the gunnels along with Waikato. So they're out of their start modes there, and now they're into the hard stuff. This is where they have to reach out, drop the rating down to about 36, 37, and they will scream home from there. Like I say, they'll go through in about 6:12, 6:14, somewhere around about there. Very, very quick boats. And there's nothing there between Aramaho, Wanganui and Clifton on the inside. They are locked together through the first 500 already. Dunstan Arm and Waikato fighting it out. Waikato from the Waikato area, Cambridge. Dunstan Arm for off Lake Dunstan and Clyde. And then we come 3/4 of a length back to the right-hand side of Waikato, which is the Avon number 1 crew. Ben Mason in the Avon number 1 crew. Clifton down the other side. Liam Cox in there. Angus Kenny, Jack Pearson, Matthew O'Rear and Henry Clockworthy for Dunstan. Callum Turberry, James Scott, Oscar Ruskin and Finn Hamill. You've seen them out there in the singles. You've seen them out there in the Premier doubles. 5's got his nose in front. Lane number 5, that's Waikato. They got a couple of feet. Now they've gone out to a bit of a canvas over Dunstan Arm. These two crews are eyeballing them. This is a very young squad of Dunstan Arm up against the high-class New Zealand representatives of Waikato. Waikato gone to the lead, most likely only by about a canvas over Dunstan Arm. Clifton and Aramaho Wanganui on the inside can't get away from them. Then we go out to Avon. Oh, I think there has been a wee bit of a move from Aramaho Wanganui. They've now gone and put a canvas on Clifton on the inside. Waikato, the Avon is only about 3/4 of a length off the leading group as well. So we go back to the leaders. It is Waikato. Waikato now starting to reach that lead out over Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm in turn has got to maybe just a length and a quarter over Avon. Avon up into third place as they head towards the... Oh, when I say they head towards the 1,000 metre peg, they're going through the 1,000 metre peg. Moves going, an awful lot of cyclists out on that bike. Waikato got 3/4 of a length over Dunstan Arm on their left-hand shoulder. On their right-hand shoulder, but another 3/4, maybe a length back to Avon. Avon up into third place by 3/4 of a length from Aramaho Wanganui, and Aramaho Wanganui got a half a length on Clifton. Premier. Great to see you, mate. See you in a couple of weeks. The Premier, the elite class at New Zealand Rowing. We're here at the New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2025 and we're seeing absolutely fireworks in every race. And like I told you before, to get the fireworks, you don't even have to light the fuse. They are just going off, bang, out there in the course. We're getting some brilliant finishes. But Waikato are starting to show their class over this very young, powerful combination from Dunstan Arm. All the kilometres up and down the Waikato River, or on Lake Karapiro, I'd say, and all up and down Lake Dunstan. They've just gone out to about Clearwater, Waikato, over the commercial rural insurance boat of Dunstan Arms. The big powerhouses. Then we go to Avon, Ben Mason. We all know about Ben Mason, originally out of the Otago area. He's in charge of the Avon crew on the right-hand shoulder of Waikato, but they haven't pulled back Dunstan Arm yet. Waikato, look at the power of Waikato. Just a little bit of a backsplash as they hit the water, and you can just see the legs snap down and the body swing over and the arms. They mean business, Waikato. They don't want the young Dunstan crew to get anywhere near them. They're out by a length, maybe a length and 3/4 now. Avon's got to put the pressure on Dunstan. These three crews now have opened up about a length and a half over the crew from Aramaho Wanganui, and Clifton putting pressure on Aramaho Wanganui. Premier racing at its best. We've got the top crews in New Zealand. You've got the top rowers. You've got the top scullers in New Zealand. It is Waikato. Waikato will go down. Where's the bells? Ring them. Oh, no, that's Taranaki. Waikato will go down to the 100-metre buoy line. They are a length and a half. I tell you what, Dunstan and Avon are really flying at Dunstan, but Dunstan are going to hold off. Dunstan are winding it up, but they're not going to let Avon get near them. And then we go Aramaho, Wanganui and Clifton. Down towards the buzzer they go. The title and the gold medal's going to go to Waikato. Dunstan Arms going to take the silver medal. Avon will take the bronze medal. Aramaho, Wanganui were in there for a long way, along with Clifton down on the inside. A fine display of premier racing at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals for 2025. The big thing is now, how quick did they go? Because there was huge amount of power coming from that Waikato crew. This is immediately followed up by the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Skull, sponsored by 776 BC, 12 o'clock. And then there's a break in your program, which will take you through to 12:50. Getting towards the time where you most likely got a little bit of food left over, guys. So don't forget you can send it around to the Secretary's office, and that includes perishable goods, and that will be donated to the Twizel Food Bank.
We love the crowd support. People are coming down to support these rowers who work so very hard to make it to the podium. By the way, found the owner of the dog, wasn't the even, but he is off. But this event is the men's novice top sport. It is sponsored by McKenzie Supply Services. To present our medals, we have Jared Cummings from Rowing New Zealand. Jared's visibility is here, but I'll tell you about that shortly. We begin with the winners of the bronze medal for the men's novice for Oamaru Rowing Club. We have Ideal and Carter, Cash Patterson, Sean Lucy, Samson Eisenster, Coxon Benedict,
The star-studded lineup for the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Skulls. Ash Burton's in 3. Veronica Wall is in that crew. This is the draft crews. I think these are the 2 draft crews. Waikato number 1, Isabella Eladis Watson, Samantha Voss, Katie Lush and Sophie Ignot Johnson. Canterbury's got Shannon Cox, that's one of the draft crews, and Waikato number 2 has got Ella Coslin, that's a draft crew as well. So there's 3 draft crews there and 1 full crew. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, is that there would have been only 1 entry in the Women's Premier Coxless Quads, and what they done is that anyone that was nominated from the clubs put their names in a pool, and somebody has the opportunity to select who they want to row with in the boat with them, and that's what they call a draft crew. And we've got 1, 2, 3 draft crews here. That was the case in the men's as well. Aramaho, Wanganui, Dunstan Arm and Waikato were all strong crews. Avon was a draft crew and Clifton was a draft crew. So they had the opportunity to pick who they wanted to row in the crew with them. It's the same with the ladies.
It seems like yesterday, but 1998 isn't actually 7 years ago. All right. So, very significant. Garrett was rowing for the Canterbury Rowing Club. He tells me they won by miles. Of course they did. No, we win. All right. So, the winners of the gold medal in the top for the 2025 Devereux Rowing Club. Okay, stop, Jared, stop. Jared, stop.
Quite a strong southerly breeze is shooting across the bows of the boats up in the start zone. All crews have got the pop down hand, the bow seat of one of the draft crews are hanging on very, very tightly to the pop down, making sure that the nose of the boat doesn't swing around towards the buoy line or into the next lane. They've all got a good hold on them for you. 4 crews are on a good line. We're looking at the elite class of New Zealand rowing, followed up from the guys. This is the girls, Ashburton, Waikato, Canterbury and Waikato number 2. Waikato 2 is a draft crew and Ashburton is a draft crew. Congratulations to the novices. It looks like another medal to Oamaru and another medal to Timaru. 2 gold medals in the 8. They combined in the 8 together in the novice 8 and took the gold medal. Timaru and Oamaru. And I think Hawke's Bay the big thing is, guys, you've got to come back and row again the next year and the year after. While they have let them go, they've let them go. And Ashburton has gone out to a canvas already over the rest of the field. And like we say, they're doing that race start with a very upright short on the slide, short on the stroke. And they're doing around the 40, 42, 43 mark as they go out of the block. And they have gone out exceptionally fast. I haven't got the rest of the crew for you because it's a draft crew and Veronica Wall is in it. That's all I know. She will be in the stroke seat, I would imagine. That looks like Veronica in the stroke seat. And then that's followed up by lanes number 4, which is Waikato number 1. Waikato number 1 right there, only 2 feet over Canterbury. Canterbury would only have a canvas over Waikato number 2. But it's Ashburton that has said goodbye to the field also in this first 422.22 metres. The next buoy line they get will be the 500 metre mark past Alcatraz Island. And they're still in their Zart zone. They're still up around 40 strokes. Veronica's decided to crank it up and says to the 3-2 and the 1 person, you've got to go with me. I picked you to come into my crew, so you're going to have to row at my pace through the 500 already. Oh, I think that's the Star Boating Club lady that's doing the stroking. But Veronica will have the words, that's for sure. Then we go to lane number 5, that's Canterbury. Canterbury's moved up alongside Ella. Shannon Cox and the draft crew for Canterbury. They've moved up alongside Waikato number 1 and then Waikato number 2's right in the firing line with Waikato number 1. They're only a half a length away. They've dragged the lead back a little bit to about a half a length now. So it's 3 out, it's Canterbury, it's Ashburton and Canterbury. Ashburton, Canterbury, and then we go Waikato 2 and Waikato 1 absolutely locked together as they head towards the 1,000 metre peg. See Otago University there, that will be Matahari. A Dunstan sculler there, there's a Dunstan sculler in that draft crew, that's Veronica Wall in the 3 seat, and the Star Boating Club is doing the stroking of that crew on the inside under the Ashburton name. They'll go down and get that half, or it's a very strong combination. I would imagine that's the young lady that won the Premier Single Scull from Star that's sitting in the stroke seat of this boat that's sitting out in front. We saw her yesterday take the gold medal in the single scull, the Premier Single Scull. Waikato, the 2 Waikato crews, nothing between the 2 Waikato crews. Canterbury still right in the firing line too. They all go through the 1,000-metre peg, but Ashburton still got that lead, maybe 3/4, maybe just over 3/4 of a length from Canterbury. Canterbury now under a little bit of pressure from Waikato number 1 and Waikato number 2, another length and a half back from there. The lead has just been cut into a little bit. The Canterbury crew is just starting to move just ever so slightly on that Ashburton crew on the inside of the course. On their right-hand shoulder, they have got Waikato. Waikato's only a half a length away from Canterbury. That's Waikato 1, and then Waikato 2 just off the pace ever so slightly. It's down on the inside, though. It is Ashburton. Gosh, this is beautifully controlled. We've got one of the draft crews that we can pick up. It's also got a Waikato sculler in it, also a Dunstan arm by the look of the sculler with the West End. Can't quite, it's a North Shore sculler. So the draft crews are getting along exceptionally well. Canterbury trying to put some pressure on Ashburton as they head down through in this last 1,000 metres. And that's when the legs will start to feel like a bit of jelly. There's been an awful lot of rowing being rowed from a lot of rowers out there over the last week, that's for sure. They haven't got to Ashburton yet, but Canterbury's doing a really good job, and they're dragging the number 1 Waikato crew along with them. The second Waikato crew's back off the pace. They won't be in the medals and a chance for the title. It is down the inside. Ashburton out in the middle of the course. Canterbury squeezed in between them like a slice of tomato in the hamburger, and they are trying to push up onto Canterbury, which is Waikato number 1, then Waikato number 2 back off. Ashburton, we'll just see if they've dropped the rating any. They have. They're down on 36 now. They're down on 36 and a half. Canterbury, they're on 36 and a half as well. Then we go to Waikato. They're only on 36, the Waikato crew. The stroke from Waikato almost looks like she wants to go. There'll be a call on that boat coming up to the coloured buoy line. It's still Ashburton. Ashburton holding on to it, going through the coloured buoy line. We'll let you know when they go through the coloured buoy line. We'll tell you the distance. There's a good length behind them. Waikato putting pressure on Canterbury. Now goes the leaders. Now goes Canterbury. Now goes Waikato number 1, so there's not a great deal separating all 3 cruisers to go down. And now goes Waikato number 2. Down to the 100-metre buoy line. Ashburton, Canterbury, still got a little closer to them, but not close enough to take the title. They'll go down towards the one line. It's Ashburton. Ashburton in front. That's one of the draft crews. Got a Dunstan rower in the bow, University of Otago in the 2 seat, Ashburton and Star in the stroke seat. Canterbury, got a Canterbury rower in the bow seat, Canterbury rower in the stroke seat, a Raven rower and a Cure rower in it. Down towards the line they go. It is one of the draft crews. It's under the Ashburton name, and they will go down 3/4 of a length clear of Canterbury. Waikato's straight crew. And then Waikato's number 2 crew, which is a draft crew as well. And we can tell you it's got a Dunstan arm rower in it, a West End rower, a Cure rower, and I quite can't pick up the stroke. Right, there is a break in the program now, guys. Come back on air at 12:50.
The winners of the bronze medal for the Prem Coxman Squad, Ivan Dunstan arm over North Shore. Excuse me, a little bit of everything. Edwin George, Ryan Gass, Matthew King and Ben Mason. Their time is 6:26.32. We may lose a couple of these boys because Angus Kenny, Jack Pearson, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clackworthy, and their very busy and successful coach Simon Smith. Their time 6:24.32. Another one for Simon. Congratulations, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. And now the men's Premier Cox's Squad Skulls Champions for 2025, Waikato Rowing Club. Let's first of all give a gold medal to Finn Hamill, Oscar Ruston, James Scott, and Callum Tutbury. They are coached by Nick Barton and their time 6:21.10. Okay, we've got a bit to do here, so let's hand out the winners' t-shirts first. And I think next, let's do something very special. Where is Callum's mum, Odette? I know she's coming up. Where's she hiding? Where are you, Odette? Come on up. We're just going to ask you to do something very special. As you will all know, or I hope you know, when you win your first Premier title at a national event,
Right, this could be the lunch break for everybody. Don't forget we're on a little bit of a break, and when we do come back, we'll see the men's school origin coxed or coxless fours. Oh, we have to keep reminding you, make sure that you pack it in, you pack it out. Keep the place tidy. And while we've got an opportunity to on the air without having to do a race, just a special, and when I say special, I mean unbelievable performance done by the ladies in the canteen that have been feeding the 80-odd volunteers at this 2025 New Zealand Rowing Championships here on the mighty lake. The old monster has flicked his tail a couple of times this morning, but I'm sure it'll be right. They have been able to keep food up to all the volunteers every day since most likely Sunday. Last Sunday, that is. An absolute brilliant job, absolute brilliant food. So a special thanks to all the ladies and the helpers that work in the kitchen to feed the 80-odd volunteers, plus all the live streaming guys. They've been feeding them as well on occasions. The next big regatta, after this regatta, guys, you can go home. The senior members can go home and say that's virtually it. They'll get on the mountain bike and go into triathlons over the winter months. And for the school kids, of course, they'll go back and sort out their crews for the Māori Cup, the mighty Māori Cup regatta. There's an awful lot of history in the lounge regarding rowing and programs that go back a long way. I can let you know that I was reading one the other day, which was 1966 Secondary School Rowing Championships on Lake Waihola. They run it one day. It took them 4 hours to run it in one day. So that just shows you how rowing has increased since the 60s until now. When we come back on air, we'll let you know what the story is with the Origin school cruise. The ladies are not going to row. That's been cancelled. And then the Open Para double has also been cancelled. So we'll come back on air closer to 12:50 when we'll get a start with the men's school Origin race. Right, it won't be long before we're getting underway for race 310. It's due to go out of the 1,000 metre block. Bear in mind they're racing from the 1,000 metre block at 12:50. And it is the men's School of Origins Coxed or Coxless fours. We've got Westlake down in 3. We've got Avon Composite in 4. We've got Otago Boys Composite in 5. And we've got a Hawke's Bay Composite in 6. Now, from what I can make out, it looks very much like they used to row. They've come from different schools. They would have come from different schools, but rowed for the club. Like Westlake would have had guys that rowed at different schools, but rowed together as a crew from the club. And it's the same with the composite crews, Otago Boys and Hawke's Bay. Special mention to Hawke's Bay. They had boys from Lindisfarne, Napier Boys, St John's and Hawke's as well, and of course they're combining. They've done a lot of their rowing together for Hawke's Bay. This Hawke's Bay crew, we just got information through that they're going to row this race in memory of their recently passed away coach, Doc McDonald. There'll be a lot of people out there that knew Doc. And he was a massive impact on the lives of all the guys that went through the rowing squad. So there'll be a lot of people out there from Hawke's Bay. You know Doc, and obviously the memories of Doc will be in with this boat from Hawke's Bay as they come down through this Origins Cox to Coxless 4 race out of the 1,000 metre peg. Sounds very much like Doc McDonald was an awesome guy if he made a massive impact on the lives of the rowing careers of these guys. There's always somebody in a club that the kids look up to and learn from and go away and be better people out there. And obviously Doc McDonald was one of them. Every club's got one, and it's very sad to hear that they go. And so that's the idea of the Origins. The ladies obviously haven't been able to get a team together, so I just can't. Westlake Boys, it looks like Black Bladshaw came from NSHC, so I don't know where that is. James Brake, NSHC. Peter Brock, he came from AVNC, and Tadrig Fagruck came from NSHC as well. So they've come from different schools, but they all rode for Westlake Boys. So that obviously would be a boarding school, Westlake, I imagine. The Avon Composite with Dunstan Arm, North Shore, Otago Boys High School, which is Cameron McFarlane from Otago Boys High School, Edward George for NSHC, Harrison Thrud for Dunstan Arm, and Ben Mason for AVNC. Hunter Ruston in the cox seat, coached by Thomas Ryan and Lauren Gibb. Otago Boys High School Composite with Dunstan Arm. Andre Adams, Otago Boys High School. We saw him out there in the sprints. Roland Osman, he was Dunstan Arm. Jed Tisdale, Dunstan Arm, and James Ryan, Otago Boys High School. Lauren, of course, and Ryan and Hamish do the coaching for these guys. Hawke's Bay Composite. Logan Ballantyne Woolley, he is HWBC. Jacob Locken is NSHC. Jack Cooper, WKOC. Adam Vanderpet, HWBC, and Coach Matt Maddington. So they've all come from different schools, but they all rode for either.
making their ways through the gates very shortly. It's still Canterbury and Waikato. There's two battles going on here, the battle for gold and silver, the battle for the bronze. And they're just sitting there still at 4 seats and a half a canvas is the crew from Clifton over Aramaho Whanganui. Who's going to go first? Who's got the kick? The bow at Aramaho Whanganui just hasn't blinked or moved her head once. She's just looking, as a coach who shall remain nameless has once said, as you look at the freckle on the back of number 3 seat's head and neck, that's what you should be looking at, and that's it. Very still in the back of that boat. Who's going to go? It looks like Waikato started to move nicely along Canterbury too, so that battle's not done. Waikato will have that kick. They're coming up towards, for them, for the 500 metres to go. We're just through that now for Clifton. And it is bow ball for bow ball with that 3rd and 4th position between Canterbury and Aramaho Whanganui. Well, that's a good little... And I think actually... Sorry, Waikato. Waikato is starting to push up alongside Canterbury. It's Aramaho Whanganui actually pushing up alongside Clifton. They've reduced the gap now. It was 4 seats and half a canvas. They're now down to 3 seats. They're just starting to try and push up on them now. Let's see if Clifton can respond. Clifton looking to get a little bit tired in the shoulders. You can see 3 and 4 seat working a little bit harder than they were before. Maybe the coxswain's called a move and they've decided they've got to start trying pushing away from this Aramaho Whanganui crew. They have upped their rating though. They're going up to the late 30s now as this crew from Clifton, just sitting in there around 36, 37, and Aramaho Whanganui trying to respond. They've got themselves back to 3 seats now. It's like cat and mouse at this stage. We look at Waikato and Canterbury coming into the back street. It's Waikato pushing ahead of Canterbury. Waikato have got the advantage over Canterbury now for the bronze medal. Heading up through the last 3 boys into the golden boys they go now. Clifton are holding the lead here in the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Last afternoon session, New Zealand National Rowing Championships for 2025, and it is Clifton. Clifton still pushing away from Aramaho Whanganui. Aramaho Whanganui, you'll need to call it, Morgan, if you want them to go. They've got to get moving because Clifton will go again. We go back down and they've crabbed in Canterbury. Canterbury have crabbed. There's an oar in the air. That's a really unfortunate event for them. That can be novice rowing. They've got to keep going. It might be broken. Aramaho Whanganui are now sitting in 3rd all on their own sim. And Canterbury trying to get moving again, but they can't get that oar in. Back down up here, they're coming up the red boys. They've held the advantage. Clifton, Aramaho Whanganui are coming back at them. They've got it down to half a boat length. They're down to 2 seats. Pushing on the outside, Aramaho Whanganui. You have to go quicker than that though, because Clifton have just ticked it up a gear. Clifton still looking at those heads very still and steady. The stroke girls working really hard. Oh, look at the concentration going in from the Clifton stroke as the drone sits above them. They've pushed back out again. This has been a great exhibition of novice Cox quadruple sculling. Congratulations to Clifton. You're taking home a gold medal. National champions for 2025. Second in the silver will go to Aramaho Whanganui. We go 7 or 8 boat lengths back. In fact, we go 110 metres back to the crew from Waikato. They'll take the bronze if they keep trucking the way they are. Tragedy for the Canterbury crew. There is definitely a broken oar in the 2 seat. But gamely, they're continuing to row on and good on them. Coming up along the inside of them will be Oamaru. On the outside, we'll go to Wellington number 1. But congratulations to Clifton, Joanna Harrison, Elia Schlossberg, Francie O'Sullivan, Cassie Colburn, and Gabrielle Robinson, the Cox. Congratulations to Gus Berg and the coach. You'll be wrapped with that, as will the coaching crew for Aramaho Whanganui with the silver and the bronze being taken out by the Waikato crew. Congratulations to George McIntosh for coxing them down. Big hand here for the Canterbury crew. They've got a broken oar there, and they are on the left-hand side, stroke seat number 2. She's still working hard with the oar she's got, and they're still trying to hold off Oamaru. Very tenacious. Congratulations, Canterbury, for sticking at that. You're still holding on to that 4th spot. Oamaru trying to go past you. I think they might just do it on the line. But well done for Canterbury for rowing it out. Sport can be so cruel. We turn our attention now to Women's Intermediate Single Sculls, and the B final's on its way. In lane number 2 is Petone 2, Elizabeth Kittle. Lane number 3 is Mercer 1, Nikki Rue. Lane number 4 is Waihopai 4, Charlotte Klein. The South Island champion. She'll be a bit gutted to be in the B final, but no mean feat either. She's doing well out there in lane number 4, we hope she is. And then lane number 5 is Invercargill 1, Mia Brown. Lane number 6, Petone 1, Elma Steinfeld. Lane number 7, Lucia Yates from Twizel. And then on the outside of her, Waihope number 4, Sophie Kundal. They're up through towards 500 metres to go. And it is sitting with Waihope just out there. Yep, Charlotte Klein right alongside, just in behind Mia Brown, the two South Island girls leading this crew down. This is the B final of the women's intermediate single sculls. The A final, however, is well underway. They are through 250 metres, and we'll give you that field in lane 1, North End 1, Brianna Patterson. Lane 2, Waihopai 2, Caitlin Whitaker. Lane number 3, West End 1, Jessica Taylor. Lane number 4, Waihopai 3, Leela Jack. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Dana Leishman. Lane number 6 is Cure Boating Club 1, Jojo Baldwin. Lane number 7 is Waikato 1, Louise Goodwin. And out there in lane 8, North Shore 1, Kayla Paladin. Still is in the B final with Charlotte Klein has a boat length now over Mia Brown from Invercargill. Then we go out to Petone 1, Elma Steinfeld, I think would be the next. The rest, then we go to Waihopai number 4, I think, then back inside to Twizel 1, back down to Petone 2, Elizabeth Kittle, and just ahead of her is Nikki Rue from Mercer. So Charlotte Klein showing the sort of form that she's shown all season down here. She's got a very long, powerful stroke, doesn't overrate, and she's sitting there with Mia Brown. Let's have a look down and see what's happening in the A final, though, as they make their way down, and it's coming out of also Waihopai. Leela Jack, she won her semi-final. Second semi-final was the one that she was in, and she won that. West End 2 just in alongside her. Then Waihopai number 2, which is Caitlin Whitaker. Those are your three making their way down. West End number 1, Jessica Taylor, second in her semi-final. Both semi-finals went through in very similar times, 9:05, and that's the sort of times we might be looking at today because the conditions were a little bit similar. So the A final continues to head up towards the 1,000-metre mark, and it's currently sitting with the Leela Jack, coached by Danny Young and Scott Condell. They're making their way up towards that 1,000-metre mark. A little bit blustery still there, but just back inside from her West End, just where the umpire boats are sitting. Then we go to Waihopai 2, Caitlin Whitaker. Right across the outside, North Shore 1, then back inside to Louise Goodwin from Waikato number 3. B final through up towards 300 metres to go, well under control with Charlotte Klein from Mia Brown, and then we go back to Petone number 1, and we'll have a look on the inside to Mercer 1, I think, then across to Waihopai number 4, back into Twizel and Petone number 2. That's probably how they'll finish. We'll leave them there as they make their way across the finish line. Let's keep back with that A final, which is where it's happening, and out to a handy lead, Leela Jack. She's almost got clear water over Waihopai number 2, Caitlin Whitaker. Her stablemate, Caitlin, was third in her semi-final. And just right in between them is Jessica Taylor from West End, finished second in hers. So these three scullers moving away from the rest of the field. Looking to see what happens from Dana Leishman down in lane 5 out of Dunstan. She should not be too far away from the mix, as will be on the outside there Waikato's Louise Goodwin, third in her semi-final, and North Shore. So they're out there in lanes number 7 and 8, but they are right in the mix. If you're watching the screens, you won't be seeing that. So it's right across the field. Waihopai, West End, Waihopai, Waikato, North Shore, and Dunstan. This will be a close finish. She still has got clear water from here, but just moving still through in lane number 2 is Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai number 2. And I'm still watching out there for lane number 7, Waikato 1, Louise Goodwin, and lane number 8, North Shore 1, Kayla Paladin. They're right out there in the outside lanes, but they're not out of it. Then we go back to Cure Boating Club, Jojo Baldwin, and then down into lane 1, Brianna Patterson from North End. Those are the two crews just feeling the pinch. Nice push at the 1,000-metre mark, though, from Waihopai's Caitlin Whitaker. She's moved right past West End's Jessica Taylor. She's now got herself a 3/4 length boat length lead over West End, so it is still clear to just, or she's starting. This is interesting. Caitlin Whitaker is moving quite nicely down in lane 2, trying to pull back in Leela Jack from Waihopai number 3. In between them is West End. Still looking across the other side and just seeing how far away Louise Goodwin is. Not too far off, I don't think. Then we come back to Dunstan Arms, starting to make herself known out there in lane number 5. So these scullers starting to close up on each other. It still was with the two Waihopai scullers, West End. Then we go to North Shore. Then we go to Waikato. Then we go to Dunstan. North End and North Shore got too much work to do, I think. Women's Intermediate Single Sculls, brought to us by Laszlo Boats. So thank you to Vera and the team at Laszlo Boats for their sponsorship. Title holder is Canterbury Rowing Club. There will be a new one this year. So if you haven't been out to see the Laszlo boat in the boat park, please do so. And they'll be on display at the Māori Cup again pretty soon. It's all Waihopai though. She's fought back, has Leela Jack in lane 4. Still seeing the challenge coming from Waihopai number 2 down there in lane number 2, and you can see just panning across. I told you they weren't out of it. Dunstan Arms right in the mix now. West End in lane 3 and Dunstan Arm right alongside each other. So Dana Leishman, she won her semi-final, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. She's timing her run to get back into it. The early running's been done by the 2 Waihopai scullers, but how much left is there from Dunstan? I also told you to watch out for Waikato, and Louise Goodwin's not out of it yet. Her green skiff starting to come in contention. Just unfortunate that she's out in lane 7, but still within striking distance. So we still look at the sculler from Waihopai. She's pushed right through. She's continued that run since the 1,000. Has Caitlin Whitaker to take the lead. There's 3 scullers lining up here. 2 of them from Waihopai. Caitlin Whitaker has half a canvas over Leela Jack. Then on the outside, this run from Dunstan Arm continues to go. West End, Jessica Taylor, you're going to have to work to get back into it. She has a quick look over her right shoulder. You can see what's happening with Dunstan. And then we go out into lane number 7. It's Waikato. The big work's coming in now. 300 metres to go. They're going through the last of the red boys. And it's Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai number 2 out to 3/4 of a boat length over Waihopai number 3. We come back inside to Dana Leishman from Dunstan. Still moving through there in lane number 7 is Louise Goodwin, and going again from North Shore is Kayla Paladin. The work's a bit hard now for Jessica Taylor from West End. She'll need to go again. Then we go way back to North End number 1, and back out there in lane 6 is Jojo Baldwin from Cure Boating Club. Continues to go now, Caitlin Whitaker. She's got clear water over the Dunstan sculler. Lane 4 is Leela Jack from Waihopai. She'll need to move too. As Dana Leishman might have timed her run nicely. She's going to roll over the top of Waihopai. West End trying to come back into it. Waikato not out of it. Bringing North Shore with her. There'll be a battle here for the third money. I think it's going to come between West End, Waikato and North Shore. But it's Waihopai number 2, Caitlin Whitaker, continuing to push down here in lane number 2. You'll need to go in lane number 4. She looked like she missed a stroke there to me, the Waihopai sculler Leela Jack. She just slowed a wee bit. West End's come back into it. Nice response here, Jessica Taylor. You've seen what's happening and you're responding. They're lining up now. Waihopai, West End, Waihopai, and it's Dunstan. A little bit more work to be done for Waikato and North Shore. They might be out of it now. But down here in lane number 2, Caitlin Whitaker holding on gamely from the challenge from Dana Leishman from Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm clearly into second. West End coming again. Struggling in the middle now. Lane 4 is Leela Jack from Waihopai. But Caitlin Whitaker's holding on out here. It's Waihopai hitting the red boys now. Here comes Dunstan now. West End third. Waihopai number 4 might have rode their race. Oh, great response, Jessica from West End, to get back into this. And she's starting to wind up now. Is in lane number 2. Caitlin Whitaker in the final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Dana Leishman trying to pull her back in again. But Caitlin might have timed this nicely. Oh, she's got a bigger run on the boat now. She's holding on gamely in their lane number 2. Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai. Waihafa canvas. Comes down the line. It's a quick look at where she's to go. Pushes out. Goes over the line and takes the gold medal. Second goes to Dunstan Arm to take the silver. Third, a great response from West End, Jessica Taylor. Fourth will go to Leela Jack from Waihopai. On the outside, finishing quickly, was North Shore's Kayla Paladin, ahead of Waikato number 1, Louise Goodwin. Down here into lane 1, North End 1, and then completing the field will be Cure Boating Club. A very tenacious win from Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai under severe pressure from Dana Leishman. A great result and an excellent bronze medal response there from Jessica Taylor from West End. The B final went through a 9:51, which Waihopai won, Charlotte Klein won. So we'll just wait and see how the timing goes for this one. Men intermediate single sculls, their turn. Their B final was underway, and that is in lane number 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Hamish McIntosh. Lane 2, Wellington 1, Bladen Rowe. Lane 3, Aramaho Whanganui, Achilles Paikea. Lane number 4, Otago 2, Brendan Isles. Lane number 5, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins. Lane 6, Aramaho Whanganui 2, Charlie Braham. Lane 7 is West End 2, Joshua Drake. Lane 8 is Union 1, Daniel Kara. 500 metres to go for those gentlemen, and it is sitting there with Otago number 2, Brendan Isles, leading Liam Collins. And then we go 2 lanes across to West End's Joshua Drake. In between them, Aramaho Whanganui. Back down to Cure Boating Club in lane 1, then to Wellington 1, Aramaho Whanganui 1. And on the outside, Union 1. That's where they look with 500 metres to go. Just waiting for that time on the A final for those ladies. 9:44, Caitlin Whitaker taking the gold medal, 2.5 seconds ahead of Dana Leishman in the silver medal, and the bronze medal to Jessica Taylor from West End, 2.75 seconds behind. We're underway in the men's intermediate single sculls A final. proudly sponsored by Mackenzie Foursquare. We thank them for their support. And again, there'll be another title holder here. Hamilton Rowing Club won this last year. This year it's going somewhere else, and it'll go to one of these 8 gents. Lane number 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Jed Tisdall. Lane number 2, West End 1, Sean Brooks Adams. Lane number 3 is Clifton 2, Oliver Khaleesi. Lane number 4 is Timaru 1, George Talbot. Lane number 5, Waikato 1, Jasper Mailing. Lane number 6 is Clifton 1, Jack Hurley. Lane 7, Otago 1, Alexander Hattrell. Lane 8 is Jack Clark. They are through 500 metres, and it is sitting with Waikato 1, Jasper Mailing, the North Island champion. He won the semi-final. He's sitting in the middle of the field, leading them down. We go outside from him on the left-hand side of George Talbot from Timaru, would be within half a canvas, and he's a bow ball ahead of Jack Hurley from Clifton as they make their way down. Those 3 just starting to poke their noses out. Then we go to Alexander Hattrell from Otago, right alongside Jack Clark from Porirua, back inside to West End Lane 2 and Dunstan Armour in Lane 1. So not much between these, just maybe Clifton 2 actually there is ahead of West End. West End just a little bit back and lining up with Porirua, but still sits there Jasper Mailing. The yellow, gold and the green of Waikato making its way down. And he's holding on to this. He won the second semi-final, the first semi-final rather, in a time of 7:58. Ahead of Oliver from Clifton, who's sitting 2 lanes across from him. George Talbot is sitting right next to Jasper. George won the second semi-final in time of 8:03. So Jasper's semi-final was the quicker. Let's see how they go. He's got half a canvas over George Talbot, and these 2 scullers now both have clear water over the rest of the field, and they are bow ball for bow ball, 1 and 2. So Waikato and Timaru bow ball for bow ball as they come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Then we go on the outside to Clifton. Clifton flanking the 2 leaders, Clifton 1 and Clifton 2. Then we come to Otago. Down there in lane number 1, Jed Tisdall looks like he's trying to sneak through and do a Dana Leishman. He's just sitting there nicely right alongside the Clifton 2 sculler. They're very even. And we just go back now to West End and Porirua, who would be at the back of the field heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. But the spread across the field would be 4 boat lengths. So they're all within cooey. It is still, though, with Jasper just, though, as George Talbot puts a bow ball in front of him. George, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. They'll be on the treadlies now, starting to follow them down. There is very little between those 2 scullers as they hit the 1,000 metre mark, and they're extending. It's almost like they've decided what pace they're going to go at, and they're both doing the same thing. So almost matching each other now as George Talbot just goes in front of Jasper Mailing. A bit of power going in from there. Jasper sitting at around 33. Then down there outside of him would be Clifton 2, Oliver Khaleesi. He's making his way down and taking the sculler from Dunstan Arm with him, Jed Tisdall. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. They're burning off the rest of the field. Sean Brooks Adams from West End just sitting in behind those 2 scullers. Then we come across to Clifton 1, Jack Hurley, Alexander Hattrell from Otago, and then outside of him is Jack Clark from Porirua. He's made a move at the 1,000 metre mark. He's wound up there, has George Talbot. He's just gone straight past Jasper Mailing and trying to get clear water between him and Jasper. So he's wound right up to the late 30s, just rating ahead of Jasper and now taking the other scullers with him. And so we've got George Talbot from Timaru now got half a boat length over Jasper Mailing. Then it goes to Oliver Khaleesi. Then we go to Dunstan Arm, which is Jed Tisdall. Then we come across the other side. We can see Clifton 1. We can see Otago 1 a bit further back, and even with West End 1 and Porirua out the back. We've got a spread of about 7 boat lengths across the entire field now. He's holding on to that lead. Is George Talbot. That was his move. Can he hold on to this and burn off Jasper, or what's Jasper got to come? He's the North Island champion, so he won't be done yet. Good conditions as they come down. Oliver Khaleesi from Clifton 2 hanging there quite nicely. And their number 1 sculler for Clifton just a little bit further back on the outside. Ahead of him now is Alexander Hattrell from Otago. Up towards the 500 metre mark they've got left to go. Past the marker they come. Still holding on to half a boat length is George Talbot from Timaru. Jasper Mailing sitting wrong side him, and he's pushing nicely down there in lane number 3 is Oliver Khaleesi, trying to work hard to get himself back into contention. Dunstan Arm sitting there in lane number 1. We go outside still to Clifton 1 and Otago, trying to pick up from the best there is. Just watch this run from Jed Tisdall down there in Dunstan in lane 1, trying to push up on the rest of the leaders without them knowing. Still holding on tenaciously in that red and white Laszlo is George Talbot. He's got the St Andrews cross inverted on his back, the Timaru blue cross. He's still holding on the lead over Waikato. Back down to lane 1 is Jed Tisdall. Then we go to, he's gone to 4th now. It's Clifton 2 holding on to 3rd. We go outside and have a look at Alexander Petrol from Otago trying to push up into it and burn off Clifton number 1. But this move from George Talbot, he's continued to go. He's laid the gauntlet down. Oh, I wonder if he's broken him because he's gone out to Clearwater on another boat length. You've got to come back, Jasper. Big move here from George Talbot to push out here in the final of the men's intermediate single sculls. This is race 317. It's event 57. We're getting to the pointy end. Through the red boys they come. Here he comes now. It is George Talbot from Timaru. Knows this course really well, and it's been a great push too through to 12.50 from Oliver Colassi from Clifton number 2. He's now putting some real pressure on Waikato to take the silver. These are the three. You're going to have to work harder down there in lane 1, Dunstan, to get into the mix because it is all with George Talbot from Timaru. He's starting to wind up Jasper Mailing, trying to put some real pressure on now. Watch how quickly he can eat into this lead from George Talbot. Through the red boys they go. 250 metres to go in the final of the men's intermediate single sculls. And he's quickened the hand speed as Jasper Mailing. What have you got, George Talbot? He's coming back at you with 250 to go. Alvaro Colassi out there from Clifton 2 winding up as well. And Jed Tisdall timing his run now down there in lane number 1. Those two are battling for the bronze. Maybe push up to silver depending where Jasper gets to. The rest of them are out of it. That's West End, Clifton 1, Otago and Porirua. Well, we go through 150 metres to go. He's still holding on as George Talbot. He's quickened up, trying to make the most of this. He wants to ram this one home and take the gold medal back to the Timaru boat sheds. Rating heavily there in the late 30s, and he's bringing Jasper Mailing with him still. Jed Tisdall trying to put pressure on Oliver Colassi, but he's still got the bronze medal. Down there with 70 metres to go. He made the move at the 1,000 metre mark and burst straight past Jasper Mailing, and he's held on to it since. He's been dominant in the last half of the race. He's going to make the most of it now. It's half a dozen strokes to come down for you, George Talbot. You're going to get a gold medal, and you will be the New Zealand national champion in the men's intermediate single sculls for 2025. Silver will go to Jasper Mailing from Waikato. Good bronze there for Oliver Colassi from Clifton number 2. Dunstan will finish 4th across from Clifton 1. On the outside, Porirua back inside to Otago. Down here to West End as they complete the men's intermediate single sculls. What a move at the 1,000 from George Talbot, and he held on to it. Just confirming the B final was won by Liam Collins in a time of 8:46. Second was Otago 2, Brendan Isles. Third was Joshua Drake from West End. We'll get a time for you for the men's intermediate single sculls. That's a gutsy win for Timaru. No wonder he's sitting there contemplating his navel. Fantastic race. What a dogfight with Jasper Mailing from Waikato. B final, men's intermediate single sculls. They're sitting in their gates ready to go. I'll give you the field while we just wait for them to get underway, which is in Tauranga 2 in lane 2, Luke Bergquist. Lane number 3, Clifton 1, Liam Cox. Lane number 4, Clifton 2, Clayton Potts. Lane number 5 is Avon 2, Joshua Clark. Lane 6, Auckland 1, Jack McDonald. Lane number 7, Tauranga 1, James Hollard. And that is the field for the B final. Just waiting for the time for the men's intermediate single sculls A final. We've got that. George Talbot at times of 8:26, so 20 seconds quicker than the B final. Jasper Mailing 4.7 seconds behind, and third Oliver Colassi from Clifton number 2, 4 seconds further back. That B final's underway in the men's senior single sculls. Just through 250 metres they are. We'll let them make their way a bit further down, then we'll give you the field for the A final. Men's senior sculls. Men's senior single sculls sponsored by Allen Sheet Metal. That's the one we're looking at. Won last year by Nelson. We'll have a new holder this year. field for the A final for the men's senior single sculls. In lane 1, Auckland 3, Ryan Gass. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club 2, Lewis Mates. Lane number 3, Dunstan Arm number 2, Sam Barnett. Lane number 4, Aramaho Whanganui 1, Herbie Austin Baker. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Jimmy Middleditch. Lane number 6, Waikato 2, Sebastian Fulton. Lane number 7, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole. And lane number 8 will be Dunstan Arm 1, Matthew O'Meara. B final through 750, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. Looks like Joshua Clark's got that one under control from Avon. Just right alongside him is Clifton 2, Clayton Potts. Then we go outside to Jack McDonald from Auckland. Then Tauranga. And then one on the outside. And then on the inside is stablemate Luke Burquist is Tauranga number 2 right alongside Clifton 1. They are ready to go in the men's senior single sculls final.
Will be here as usual to present our medal. Jessica is coached by Tania Doniani and Nick Dorr. Her time 9:50:08. Congratulations, Jessica Taylor.
Underway in the final of the men's senior single sculls. Clean start from Jimmy Middleditch out there in lane number 5. And right alongside him, Sebastian Fulton out pretty quickly from Waikato. Good start there too from Sam Barnett, Dunstan Arm. Then back into Aramaho Whanganui. Then we go back to Canterbury 1, Angus Cole. Across we go to Cure Boating Club, Lewis Mates. Auckland number 3, Ryan Gass out there pretty cleanly. Then back to Matthew O'Meara from Dunstan Arm. He's my silent assassin in this, I think. He was the South Island champion. He's out there in lane 8, but he could be the one that sneaks up on them. Lead at this stage, though, is with Waikato number 2, Sebastian Fulton, just over the Dunstan Arm number 2, Sam Barnett. They've got away really quickly. In fact, Sam's probably got that lead now, I think, as they're heading up, finishing their starting sequence, just starting to get some length on those strokes, get themselves into a rhythm, get that boat out of the water and get it moving. Just sitting there at 35 now is Sam from Dunstan. Back across we go to Waikato number 2. Then we go to Canterbury 1. Then goes to Jimmy Middleditch back there from Avon. But there's only about a boat length between those 4 crews. Out we go to Cure Boating Club, Lewis Mates. Up to Auckland number 3. Just off the pace early stages. Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui. As is Matthew O'Meara from Dunstan Arm. But there's only 4 boat lengths across the entire field as they start to get long and strong. Get these boats going and get into their rhythm. Still holding on to a very early lead there, Sebastian Fulton from Waikato. He was second in his second semi-final. That was taken out by Herbie Austin Baker. Very little between the times in these 2 semi-finals to get these finalists. There was only 1 second difference. Semi-final number 1, 7:36. 7:35 for the second semi-final. Moving through now, Sebastian Fulton's just moved past Sam Barnett from Dunstan Arm. Outside of them is Angus Cole from Canterbury. Then it is with Jimmy Middleditch from Avon. We go across to Cure, Sam Barnett still from Dunstan. So a nice push starting to come from lane 7. Canterbury 1, Angus Cole getting into his work. Half a boat length back from Waikato he is. So it's Waikato, half a boat length to Canterbury, very even to Dunstan Arm. Then it's Cure Boating Club just over Jimmy Middleditch from Avon. Moving alongside out there still is Auckland 3 as well. He's right in the mix, just moving ahead of Cure Boating Club. Then we come back to Aramaho Whanganui. Then on the outside it is Dunstan Arm as the B final makes its way down into the second last part of the course for them. You'll see them finish shortly. We won't worry about them. We'll follow the A final. And it still sits there with Waikato, Sebastian Fulton, just over Canterbury, just over Dunstan, just over Auckland. Then it's Avon, Cure Boating Club, back to Aramaho Whanganui, through 750 metres to go. They've just gone past that red buoy. And then it still sits with Sebastian Fulton, looking nice and long and strong and relaxed, I'd have to say. Sebastian is sitting up really cleanly, and he just looks like he's out for a Sunday row. He's not, it's Saturday, but he looks like he's under no real pressure. Working hard outside of him is Angus Cole from Canterbury, moves right up alongside him. Then we still go back to Cure Boating Club, back to Auckland. Right in the mix still is Jimmy Middleditch from Avon. Alongside him is Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui, heading up now towards the 1,000 metre mark, these scullers. Doing very strongly they are. Still sitting with him in lane 6 is Sebastian Fulton, and it is Angus Cole from Canterbury. These two making the running now, starting to make a little push. You can see the work going in from Angus, really connecting at the drive and putting some real effort as he levers that boat past its blade. Out we go then, still to Cure Boating Club out there in lane number that's Dunstan Arm in lane 3, and looking up at Auckland down there, Ryan Gass in lane 1, he's not out of it either. Then we go back to Jimmy Middleditch, having a look at it out to Dunstan Arm in lane number 8, trying to keep up with the rest of these guys. Up towards the 1,000 metre mark they go, and it is still with Waikato and Canterbury and Dunstan, then Auckland, then Avon. Right along Avon is Aramaho Whanganui. So in the last 250 metres, he's caught up as Herbie Austin Baker. These guys starting to close up a bit. Canterbury still just holding a bow ball for bow ball exchange with Waikato. Those are the two. We go across to Dunstan Arm. Lewis Mates moving right in between Dunstan Arm and Auckland to line those three scullers up. Then Aramaho Whanganui. Then it's Avon. Then we go out to Dunstan Arm number 1. Right into the second half of the course they go. Oh, they're just exchanging strokes of these two between Canterbury and Waikato as they make their way up towards the 750 to go. It's Canterbury and Waikato in those outside lanes. Looking at Aramaho Whanganui though, Herbie Austin Baker, he won his semi-final. He's starting to make some moves through there in lane number 4. It's still Lewis Mates there in lane 2 as well, right, just sitting in behind Ryan Gass from Auckland. Then it's Jimmy Middleditch in the middle of the course, just maybe battling a little bit at this stage, but the lead now still sits with Sebastian Fulton from Waikato. Then it's Canterbury, then it's Aramaho Whanganui, then we go across to Auckland, back to Cure, just ahead of Avon, then back to Dunstan Arm number 1 on the outside. They've got 750 metres to go, have these scullers in the final of the men's senior single sculls. The cyclists and the coaches are running along beside them. He's got half a boat length now, has Sebastian Fulton, second place getter in a semi-final, but he's outpacing them here. He's taking Angus Cole with him still, and Herbie Austin Baker, that move he made at 750, still getting in the mix. But look at Ryan Gass down there in lane 1, right in it, and that purple haze is starting to poke its nose through as well. There's some work to be done there in lane 5 by Avon number 1, and still sitting on the outside there, and a bit further back now would be Dunstan. So he's not letting him go. Angus is not letting Sebastian Fulton go. These two going and going well. Going as Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui, across with Ryan Gass. It's the Cantabrian and the North Islanders. Ryan just looks across now on the right shoulder. He's looking like he might be trying to sneak through. He's pushing right up on Canterbury now. There's very little between Canterbury and Auckland. Seeing this all unfold in front of him is Waikato. It's Waikato, Canterbury, Auckland, Aramaho Whanganui. Then we go back to Avon, back to Cure, across to Dunstan Arm. Where's the work going to come? He's responding now is Sebastian Fulton from Waikato, Herbie Austin Baker, Ryan Gass and Angus Cole. Oh, those second, third and fourth, very little between them. They're putting distance between them and Dunstan Arm and Avon. So it looks like it's coming out of the Waikato or Canterbury crew. Ryan Gass has gone past Canterbury now. This is a great run from him in the last 500 metres. He's got a very experienced sculler now. He's putting Waikato under pressure. He's snuck right through in lane 1. He's done this nicely. You're under pressure out there, Sebastian Fulton. Watch out for Auckland. Angus Cole's got some work to do to carry this on. And Herbie Austin Baker, who let it rip at the 750s, continued to go. He's looked across to his left now, has Waikato. Sebastian Fulton will see on his left. He's under real pressure from Aramaho Whanganui. And the Auckland has gone steaming past the red and black on the inside lane. He's got a half a boat length lead now over Waikato. Back we go to Aramaho Whanganui on the outside to Canterbury. Back inside to Dunstan, then Avon. Way you go back to Dunstan number 1, and then back to Cure. And through the Golden Boys they go. 250 metres away from gold for someone. It's looking like Auckland at this stage. Waikato will have to come back at him. He's just cranked his hands. He's up the stroke rate. Has Sebastian trying to chase back down Ryan Gass. Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui trying to slice through the middle of them. And on the outside, Angus Cole's not letting all his hard work go. It's too far back now for Dunstan and Avon. We come to look down now with 120 metres to go. He's continuing to come back at him now is Waikato. Ryan Gass is still holding on to the lead. Herbie Austin Baker sitting there in third. Outside to Canterbury, pushing again. Angus is wound up as well. He's trying to chase down a Maya Money. These guys are coming all together now. 100 metres to go now for Mo Whanganui. Ryan Gass is holding the advantage though. He's made a fantastic move at the 1K. He looks across the right. He's got it at this stage. Angus Cole was flying down the outside. He's gone into second. Angus is winding up down the outside lane. Ryan Gass is under real pressure in lane 1. Ryan Gass is holding on to it. Angus Cole's coming in on the outside lane. Ryan Gass holds on to it. Angus Cole finishes second. Mo Whanganui will finish third. Fourth will go to Sebastian Faulkner from Waikato. Oh, what a finish. Dunstan will come down to take whatever the next placing is. Then Avon, we go back to Cure Boating Club on the outside to Dunstan Arm. A tenacious win for Auckland, but what a row down the outside from Angus Cole from Canterbury to take silver. B final of the men's senior single sculls was won by Liam Cox from Clifton. Second went to Clayton Potts from Clifton 2. Joshua Clark from Avon third. And we'll get you a time on that final of the men's senior single sculls. The women's senior single sculls B final.
We are now presenting the medals for the men's intermediate single sculls. This event, you are here, is sponsored by Mackenzie Ford.
Looks to me like the B final's not happening. The women's intermediate, the women's senior single sculls on its way down. Just confirming the result for the men's senior single sculls. Ryan Gass winning in a time of 8:07, 1.64 seconds ahead of Angus Cole from Canterbury taking silver. Bronze medal going to Herbie Austin Baker. It looks like that's the A final for the women on their way down. I'll give you that field. In lane number 1, Twizel 1, Sadie Mason. Lane number 2 is North Shore 1, Atlanta Bruce. Lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Key. Lane number 4, Waikato 1, Amelia Barrell. Lane number 5, Waikato 5, Emily Gordon. Lane number 6 is Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson. Lane number 7 is Canterbury 1, Becky Chook. And in lane number 8 is Dunstan Arm 2, India Nichols. They are well on their way if they've let them go. It is because I can see Twizel out there in lane number 1. The leader in the middle is from Waikato, and it is Emily Gordon just sitting out there in the middle of the course from Waikato, right alongside from Naomi Robertson from Nelson, sitting out there in lane. So they're through. They've got 750 metres to go in the final. The women's senior single sculls here for 2025. Looking across into lane 3, Dunstan Arm though. Olivia Key's right there too. So Olivia Key from Dunstan Arm. Emily Gordon from Waikato. Naomi Robertson from Nelson number 1. Then we go back inside. It is to North Shore Atlanta Bruce sitting down there. Right in the middle then back to Amelia Barrell from Waikato number 1. Now on the outside to Canterbury 1, Becky Chook. She won't have seen what Angus Cole's just done. In lane 8, Dunstan Arm number 2. Then we come back to Sadie Mason from Twizel there in lane 1. Working really hard now, these ladies, as they come down into this last part of the course. Again, sponsored by Allen's Sheep Metal. This is by Pump and Coke Amatil, the women's senior single sculls. Title holder is Waikato, and they're in with a good show, getting it back again. It is with Waikato, Nelson, but I think the lead is now with Olivia Key from Dunstan. She's moved in front of those scullers just. Oh, it's hard to tell. Just have a look at the screen here and you can soon see that it's actually Waikato in the middle, just leading by half a boat length over Naomi Robertson from Nelson, flanked by Olivia Key from Dunstan. Then we go further back to North Shore Atlanta Bruce. On the inside then to Twizel 1, Sadie Mason. Back across to Amelia from Waikato. Then it's out to Becky Chook from Canterbury and back to Dunstan Arm. These three ladies though, they've got 2 boat lengths on the rest of the field. That's Emily Gordon. She won her semi, well they went straight through actually. They ran some heats on Tuesday, so she won her heat in a time of 8:19. She's got clear water now over Naomi Robertson. Naomi Robertson, though, is under pressure from Dunstan Arms' Olivia Key. She was second in her semi-final. Second to Emily, so they've got a bit of history together. Then we go back to North Shore's Atlanta Bruce. And right in the middle of the course there is Amelia Barrell. Should be next. The rest back to Twizel number 1. Right on the outside then to Canterbury and Dunstan Arm number 2. into the last part of the course. 350 metres to go. The advantage sits with Emily Gordon, Waikato number 5. Under pressure on the left-hand side from Dunstan, though, and Nelson. How are they going to respond, these two scullers? They're both even and they're both right and behind Emily. They're going to have to put some real pressure on her to see if they can chop her down. On the inside, though, is Atlanta Bruce from North Shore. She's got a big sprint. She'll be able to get herself into the bronze, third, and maybe silver medals as well. Then we go back to Amelia Barrell, and a move starting to come from Becky Chook from Canterbury. She's experienced. She's got some work through to get into it too, as does Twizel, Sadie Mason, and across to India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. But she's moving away with it here, Emily Gordon. She's holding on to that clear water and going further. Olivia Key's responding, no. She's moving into second, and Emily's just started to increase her stroke rate as she comes to the 250. That might be the planned move. Try to make the sure of it and shut everybody else out. Olivia's just looked across her right shoulder. She can see where the rest of them are, and she's responding now, starting to try and close that gap down. Naomi Robinson coming with them, and here goes Atlanta Bruce down there in lane number 2. On the outside of her is Twizel, Sadie Mason. Then we go across to Amelia Barrell from Waikato. On the outside to Becky Chook and India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. But it's all Emily Gordon, ladies and gents. She's leading the women's senior single sculls down here. She did a great job winning her heat on Tuesday, and she's making the most of it here. She's coming at her to try and finish over the top of Olivia Key, but she'll have to move quick because there's only 100 metres to go now. Naomi Robinson trying to quicken her hand speed out there on the outside lane to move up on Olivia Key, but Olivia Key's got the run into the second spot. It's still with Emily Gordon, and she looks very comfortable out there. Look at that golden sculling boat move straight through the water. Naomi Robinson knows chasing down Olivia Key. She's just twitched at the last minute. Olivia seems to not seen it coming. She just cranked at the right time. She's going to move into second, Naomi Robinson from Nelson. But no doubt about your champion, gold medal 2025. It goes to Emily Gordon from Waikato. They hold the title again for another year. Naomi Robinson from Nelson takes the silver. Bronze goes to Olivia Key from Dunstan Arm. Completing the field down here, Atlanta Bruce will finish in lane 2, 4th. Then it'll be Amelia Barrell from Waikato, down to Sadie Mason from Twizel, and across to Becky Chook from Canterbury. Just in the outside lane there will be India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. The B final of the men's club Coxless pair is just approaching the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 2, West End 2, Joel Millman, Jack McSwain. Lane 3, Child University, Hiraki Horogoshi and Yuki Sheha. In lane number 4 is Wellington 1, Guy Curry Stanton and Ted Henderson. In lane number 5 is North Shore 3, Callum Jarvis, Theo Brown. Lane number 6, North Shore 1, Thomas Klingon and James Brake. Lane number 7 is Whakatane 1, Travis Talpos and Alex Ironmonger. Lane number 8 is St George's 5, Xavier Warren and Finley Christensen. And looks to be going with seeding pretty much there. It's the North Shore crews in the middle. Just to the left of them is Wellington. We can see the Wellington with the maroon and the white stripe across the back, just showing out. And then 2 North Shore crews. But right in front on the outside, though, is St George's. And I'm looking to see St George's do well in the A final. So St George's leading the B final. Just buffeting a bit at the start. There's a few little semi-white caps, but I won't worry these gents. They've been training for this all season. So the field for the men's club Coxless pair. Sponsor is Twizel Promotions. It is in lane number 1, Hawke's Bay 1, George Nelson, Adam Vanderpeet. Lane 2, Aramaho Whanganui, Anton Zebsich and Toby Harris. Lane 3, St George's 1, Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor. Lane number 4, Auckland 1, Lewis Upton and Alex King. And lane number 5, Avon 1, Luke Tompkins and B. Guerra. Lane number 6, Avon 2, Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashman. Lane number 7, St George's 2, Luke Katona and Sebastian Line. Lane number 8, St George's 3, Frank Eisen and Zane Cook. They're underway. Good start there from the 2 Avon crews, but it is St George's 2 in lane 7 in the yellow boat that seem to be doing pretty well. Also underway pretty quickly over there is St George's 1. So not so much a shutout, but they've been pretty strong all season in this event, St George's. North Island champions is the St George's number 2 crew is sitting out there in that yellow hull. So we'll see where they transgress as they go through the field, but just starting to even up now already would be St George's 1, Avon 2, St George's number 2. Then we go into Auckland 1, and back down into St George's number 3 to Hawke's Bay number 1 and lane 1 and back to Aramaho Whanganui. Early days though, they're through 250 metres and starting to lengthen out they are as they make their way down Lake Ruataniwha, as does the B final. Just checking up on them, still sitting there with St George's number 5 by the look of it. Wellington, North Shore 3, North Shore 1. Then we go to Trial University, just tucked in behind West End number 2, and out the back a wee bit would be Whakatane number 1. So lengthening now they are. And just looking at that St George's crew in the yellow boat, just doing nicely out there. They're well into their work, rating at 35. That's St George's number 2. They were third in the semi-final. That semi-final was won by Avon in a time of 7:26. In fact, both semi-finals in identical times as Avon number 1 take the advantage. Right next door to Auckland, but it's St George's number 1 into the mix as well. So St George's number 1 and Avon 1. So St George's 1, Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor. Avon 1, Luke Tompkins and Big Guerra. Just making their way up to the 500 metre mark. They've got a half a boat length lead now, Avon 1, with their crew from St George's 1. And then we go to St George's number 2, back to Avon 2. Those are your 5. Then we go across to Hawke's Bay number 1. And just starting to fall off a little bit at this stage in lane number 8 is St George's number 3, just tucked in behind Aramaho Whanganui. Past the 500 metre mark they go. Final of the men's club, Coxless Pairs. The B final continues to make its way, and outside of there, nothing's really changed. North Shore moving through both those crews. St George's number 5 is just holding on out there as they hit the yellow buoys now, followed by North Shore 3, North Shore 1, and then Wellington. We come back down to lane 1, West End 2, ahead of True University, and then Whakatane. That's how they will more than likely finish. We're looking at the A final, and Avon out to Clearwater. Avon have got Clearwater over St George's number 1. Then we come back to Avon number 2, St George's number 3. In the middle, Auckland 1. Lewis Upton and Alex King won the semi-final, the second semi-final. Just sitting out there in the middle of the course, still with Avon. Red boat, red blades with the white stripes, dipping in and out of the water. Nice clean catch and getting a really long stroke, just pivoting nicely on those gates as they drive that boat through the water, still holding on to clean water. They are on the outside from St George's number 1. Back inside to Avon 2, then Auckland 1. Then we go to St George's number 2. That's how they're looking as they head up towards 750, gone up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Umpire's boat tucked in nicely just in behind a vision on the Avon crew. Avon number 2, Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashram. Both these Avon crews coached by Liam Barracliff and Alice Drummond. Heading towards land now, still holding on to Clearwater, nearly 2 boat lengths now, Avon number 1. Avon number 2 would be half a boat length now over or half a canvas over St George's. Then we go back to St George's 1. Then we go to St George's number 3 and Auckland. So in the Jane Mountier boat they are as they come down. The coaches have picked them up. Looking strong, these two. Nice reach around at the finish, trying to get back into the water, and away they go again. And they're holding on to this lead nicely as I can just see their coach in the background picking them up. It is Avon number 1 from Avon number 2. St George's 2, Auckland 1. St George's number 1 as well in the mix as they make their way through that 1,000 now. And Auckland St George's number 1 just starting to put some pressure now on Avon number 2, moving past them. So it's Avon 1, St George's 1. Avon 2 as they make their way into the last half of the course. St George's number 2 just hanging out there in that yellow boat, looking to make their move and put pressure on Avon number 2. We go across to Aramaho Whanganui, got some work to do. They're still holding on to a very handy lead as Avon number 1. St George's number 1 still trying to get past the Avon number 2 crew, but it's only bow for bow trading as they come on down towards 750 metres to go. St George's number 2 in the yellow on the outside, not too far away from them now. Aramaho Whanganui trying to get through there in lane number 2, but St George's 1 are well in front of them. Avon number 1 holding a good lead now over Avon 2. Still battling there with St George's number 1. Back inside to Auckland. You can see there if you're watching the monitors downstairs, there's very little in between those two crews in lane 3 and 6. That's St George's 1 and Avon 2, but they're all battling to chase Avon number 1. So it's Avon number 1, Avon number 2, St George's, take your pick. Then we go on the outside of St George's number 2. Auckland 1 in the middle in lane 4, trying to upset the apple cart. Next to the best is going to be down to Aramaho Whanganui in lane number 2. Then we go outside to St George's number 3. Just starting to move away from the crew from St George's is Avon 2, but St George's will have a reaction. That's St George's crew. Finley Dickens, Daniel Taylor did well in the semi-final. They'll be looking to carry it through. It's still with Avon number 1 though. Luke Tompkins and B. Guerra leading this course down with 500 metres to go. 3 boat length lead they have now with Avon on the outside. Is it going to be an Avon 1-2? That challenge from St George's number 1 might have been seen off, and they're under pressure now from Auckland now moving alongside them. Auckland trying to move up and get past the St George's number 1 crew. In the outside it's St George's number 2. They're the North Island champions. They'll be looking to go through and grab this one. They've got too much to do, I think, though. The work's being done out in the front by Avon number 1. Avon number 1 down there and lane number 5 continue to make all the running in this race. And are we looking at an Avon 1-2? St George's trying to come again there in lane number 3. Auckland 1 trying to go over the top of them, but it's still Avon 1, Avon 2, St George's, Auckland. Aramaho Whanganui now being passed on the inside by Hawke's Bay number 1, who've up their rating down there in lane 1 trying to get through, but oh no, they've just missed a stroke. That's not going to help. And then we go on the outside to St George's 2. They're well out of it with St George's number 3. Avon still holding this lead. They're through the middle of the red boys. They'll be soon be with 250 metres to go. Avon 2 hanging tough, but this St George's crew down there in lane number 3, Finley and Daniel, they haven't given up. They're pushing past and back to the Auckland crew, and up they've gone. Look at this from St George's number 1. They've just cranked that stroke rate up. You watch them get a run on that boat and see where they end up. Oh, they've wound up nicely of St George's. Look out, Avon. They're coming at you. Avon number 1 is still holding the advantage, but that St George's crew have gone straight past Auckland. Now they're hunting down Avon number 2. Avon number 2 are going to have to hold on because they're under assault. Here comes Avon number 1 still holding on through the Golden Boys. They've got 150 metres to go. They should be okay, but St George's continuing this run down there in lane number 3 as they can move past the Avon crew. Moving into second now, St George's. They're trying to move over the top of that Avon crew. Avon number 2 will have to go again if they want an Avon 1-2. They've burnt off Auckland of St George's. Auckland coming back at them. 100 metres to go now for Avon 1 though. Avon 1 have got this all under control in the men's club coxless pair final. They'll take the gold medal. They're still coming at you, Avon 2 with St George's. They started that run 100 metres ago and they're still moving that boat. They're back to half a boat length over Avon number 2. Avon 1 are going to take it. Auckland are responding. Auckland coming back to St George's. There's a change in course. Oh, look out, team. Here we go. Avon number 1 have won it. Avon number 2 a second. And Auckland a third. Fourth to St George's. Across the outside we'll go to that's St George's number 1. We'll go to St George's number 2. Back down here to Hawke's Bay number 1. Aramaho Whanganui will take the next spot, and then we'll finish up with St George's number 3. Just confirming the B final, St George's 5 won that from North Shore 1 and North Shore 3. Let's get you a time for that men's club coxless pair. Congratulations to Avon 1. Taking the Avon 1-2, and then St George's. I thought they would still keep coming at Auckland, but Lewis Upton and Alex King, they weren't having any of that and went right back at them. While that's happening, we've got the B final of the Women's Club Coxless 4 just making its way down the course. They are just about towards the 1,000 metre mark. B final there for Hamilton 1. Sarah Healy, Mahari Rademacher, Rowan Giles, Ella Cloak, coached by Georgia Allen. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Drew Thomas, Ellie King, Micah Pyle and Kate Spriggs, coached by, of course, Simon Smith. And then in lane 6, we have got the Star Boating Club composite, a composite between Star Boating Club and Wairo, Zoe Kong, Maddie Wellington, Alana Johnston, Eve Williams, coached by Nathan Wallace and Kay Surgeon. The A final of the Men's Club 4. Let's go Men's Club Coxless pair. That's better. Avon 1, Luke Tompkins, B. Guerra. 2 went through in 7:45.40, 4.37 seconds ahead of the Avon number 2 crew, and then Auckland 1 were 0.96 seconds behind to take the bronze medal. B final being led down by Star Boating Club Composite in the Women's Club Coxless 4. Dunstan Arm just sitting alongside them, might actually just have the advantage now, and then there would be Hamilton 1. So those 3 making their way down. We'll pick up where they're at. More importantly, though, is the A final of the Women's Club Coxless 4, sponsored by LJ Hooker Twizel. Thank you very much for your support. Current title holder is Avon, and they've got a crew in this. In lane 1, though, is Waikato 2, Ellie Dean, Caitlin Foote, Ava Woodbury, Wrinkle, and Savannah Burke. In lane number 2, Aramaho Whanganui 1, Te Atakura Potaka Osborne Milner, Ava McDonough, Beatrice Douglas and Ruby Armishaw. In lane number 3 is Auckland 1, Jemima Dryden, Sete Satolga, Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay. In lane number 4, Columba College Composite, Lola Castles, Georgia Graham, Isla Nicholson, Kiara Patterson. In lane number 5, Waikato 1, Pippa Dixon, Elise Smith, Francis Casey and Madison Wright. Lane number 6, they're underway, is Nelson 1, Gracie Ames, Chloe Steele, Francesca Palmer, Isla Martin. That's Nelson 1 crew, coached by Tim Babbage. I can tell you that at this very early stage, Waikato 1 are out to a clean start and head by half a boat length. Avon 1 are in lane 7, Cara Bignell, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. And in lane 8, it's Star Boating Club 1, Lola Story, Ruhi Paldrell, Gracie Marshall McCaskey and Ella Wellington, coached by Stacey Tamlin and Nathan Wallace. And in the time I've taken to mention those last 2 crews, Waikato are now out to 4 seats. So Waikato won the semi-final. It was actually a heat earlier on, a preliminary on Tuesday. They went straight through in a time of 7:17, as did the second heat. And these guys are making their way through now towards the 500-metre mark, and it is Waikato leading by 3/4 of a boat length, actually almost clear water. It's clear water now. Waikato have got clear water over Nelson, and then third on the outside would be Auckland number 1. Then we go to Avon, then we go to Aramaho Whanganui right alongside Waikato number 2, back across to Star Boating Club out here in lane number 8. Lengthening now and looking in control here, Waikato. It's a great start for Pippa, Alice, Francis and Madison. They've got this under control at this very early stage, but let's just see, the rest of them will have other plans. And they've still got clear water though over Nelson. Nelson then have got a canvas over Avon. Avon have then got a canvas over the crew from Auckland. Then they've got about half a boat length, I think, over Columba College Composite. Then we go across to Aramaho Whanganui and Waikato, and back on the outside lane to Star Boating Club. 500 metres gone. It's still sitting with Waikato, clear water and a bit. Starting to go with them now in lane 3 is the crew from Auckland. Nelson is still there and dragging through on the inside of Auckland Columba College Composite. That's between Columba College and North End. Then we look at Avon. Then we go across to Aramaho Whanganui still, and Waikato 2 just sticking alongside them. Columba College Composite winning their semi-final. That's why they're in lane number 4, but it's all coming out of lane number 5. That's Waikato still. And gone past Nelson now is the crew from Auckland in lane 3. Columba Composite going with them. Those 4 crews now just about got clear water over Aramaho Whanganui in lane number 2. Back to Waikato in lane number 1. Avon in lane 7, not out of it. Still hanging tough and need to stick with them. Back from them is Star Boating Club. So starting to thread out now. It still is with Waikato. They're taking Auckland with them. Auckland now just about got clear water over 3rd place, which is Columba College. Nelson drifting back into 5th. They're heading back up towards the 1,000-metre mark soon. Then we go back to Avon. On the outside, in the outside is in lane 8 is Star Boating Club. Back across to Aramaho Whanganui and Waikato number 2. Strong start here from Waikato. Who's going to respond best? They're trying to chase them down now is Auckland, but they won't want them to get too far away in the final here of the Women's Club Coxless 4. B final just going across. Dunstan winning the B final from Star Boating Club and the crew from Hamilton as the A final hits up towards, and the big green boat of Waikato threads its way down Lake Ruataniwha, leading this course down. They're taking with them the red and black stripes on the back from Auckland. Then we go inside from them to the Columba College Composite. That's for Columba College and North End. That's 3rd. Nelson just drifting back a bit. They'll have to come again. On the outside of Nelson is Avon. Back down into lane 2, Aramaho Whanganui. Then Waikato number 2 in lane 1. Across we go to Star Boating Club out there in lane number 8. Have got all the work to do. 2 boat lengths now. Lots of clear water between Waikato and the rest. Still is with Auckland. Columba Composite moving into 3rd. Nelson still hanging there. There's only 1 seat between Columba Composite and Nelson, and Avon going with them too. Then down Aramaho Whanganui going with Avon. They're just another half boat length ahead of Waikato as Aramaho Whanganui. The chasing pack starting to make their moves at the 1,000-metre mark. These guys are coxless, so they'll have to have the calls will have to come from 3 seat or 2 seat, depending on who's making all the calls in there. But it's still with Waikato. Waikato are leading this field down. Columba College Composite starting to make a real nuisance of themselves. Nice view there on the screen of the tandem rig Waikato boat as it makes its way down towards 750 metres to go. They can see that marker in the distance. As they come back down now, watching the rest of the field, see where they're at. It's still with Auckland coming back as be the next to the rest. So it's Auckland, Columba College Composite. They are 2 and 3, trying to chase down Waikato, and there's no longer clear water. Nice move coming from Columba College Composite. Did Waikato go too soon? You've got 750 metres to find out. Still there is Nelson. Still there is Avon. Those are your 5. On the outside to Star Boating Club, too much to do, I think. Same for Aramaho, Whanganui and Waikato. So we're still looking. That's Waikato number 2. It's Waikato number 1 though. Waikato number 1. Auckland. Columba College Composite. Those are the 3 leading them down. Nelson and Avon are the ones that can upset the apple cart. It is still though with that Waikato crew. Won that heat on Tuesday, looking pretty solid. Columba won theirs. Nelson was second in theirs. Auckland was second with theirs. And those are the crews we're seeing coming down the middle of the course. Just watching Avon out there. They were third in their heat. They've got some work to do, just pushing up alongside Nelson. But it still is coming from Waikato. But look at the run coming down there in lane number 3 from Auckland. Pushing right up alongside the Columba College Composite. A bit of a breeze in the air here as they come down. Waikato are now under real pressure from those 2 crews. They're heading up towards 500 metres to go. And they're joining all back up together again. It's Waikato and Columba College Composite and Auckland looking pretty hard through some of those sections here. A bit of splash coming off the blades. Nelson finding it a bit tough in the middle as Avon go past them. Just must be a big cross breeze going through that section of the course. Aramaho, Whanganui and Waikato just a bit too further back. So Waikato is still holding the lead, but it's only back to 3 seats. Here it comes for Columba College Composite. Auckland across to Nelson and Avon. Way back to the rest of them. Let's see who comes and has a go at this Waikato crew. Auckland there, Jemima Dryden, Satai Satoga, Ella Ross and Charlie Barkley making their way through the last part of the course, coached by Peter Mills and Alex Whaley. Right up alongside the crew from Columba College Composite. Holding on still is Waikato. Oh, Pippa Dix and Alice Smith, Francis Casey and Madison Wright. They were fastest out of the block. They've held on since. They've still got control. The gauntlet's laid down. Columba College and Auckland, what have you got? Nelson, I think, have got too much to do, and same can be said for Avon. The barge follows them down as we head into the last few races here of 2025 New Zealand National Rowing Championships. This is the Women's Club Coxers 4. There's just the Novi double sculls and the big bangers to go. The drone follows them down. Waikato still imperious as they drive through the yellow boys to at less than 250 metres to go for gold and a title. Columba College Composite looking like silver. Third looks like it will go to Auckland. Some steering issues down there in lane number 2 for Aramaho Whanganui. Just not sure which lane they prefer. We go across to Nelson and then Avon back down to Waikato 2. Across on the outside to Star Boating Club. They're finding it pretty tricky out there in lane 8. But no problem here for Waikato 1. Lane number 5. Columba College Composite still putting pressure on them, but they've held this advantage nicely. Less than 100 metres to go for the green machine from Waikato. They did a horrible job on the Crusaders last night to the Chiefs, and the Waikato crew are going to do a nice job here on the rest of the field here. 50 metres to go. Congratulations to Waikato. A very commanding result. Fantastic row. You are the national champions. Congratulations, Waikato. Second will go to the Columba College Composite. 2 boat lengths back to Auckland, and then it will be Nelson Avon down on the inside now to Aramaho Whanganui, and then it will be Waikato number 2, and finishing out there in lane 8 will be Star Boating Club. Pretty slim pickings here in the B final of the men's novice double sculls, and good on them for getting out there. We've had a couple of scratching, so what you will see coming down is in lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Jimmy Naylor and Boston Irving Dowling, and then in lane number 7, Xavier and Marcus Lavelli from, or it might be Lavelli, I must check on that actually, from Cure Boating Club. So just waiting for a time there for the Women's Club Coxless 4. Shouldn't be too far away. Then we'll see the final of the men's novice double sculls, and then we've got a 30-minute break before we get into the Premier Men's and Premier Women's Coxed 8. So the Women's Club 4 went through in a time of 8:01. It's Waikato 1 taken out 3.5 seconds back to Columba College North End Composite, and Auckland 1 further 7.7 seconds back.
We have a very special presenter. George, come over here beside me. I want to tell you just about George before we present these medals.
The men's novice double sculls in lane 1, Timaru 1, Parker Anderson, Thomas Crawford. Lane 2, Aramaho Whanganui 1, Adam Freelar and Ross Lanetta. And lane number 3, Hawke's Bay 1, Ashton Bell and Felix de Groot. Lane 4 is Oamaru 1, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 5 is North End 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. Lane number 6 is Waikato 1, Ryan Green and Theo Mailing. And lane number 7 is Hawke's Bay 2, Lockie Leach and Tom McCarty. Out there in lane number 8 is Cure Boating Club 1, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin. North End number 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley lead them down from Hawke's Bay number 2 across to Hawke's Bay number 1. So North End and the 2 Hawke's Bay crews, Waikato 1, Ryland Green and Theo Mailing right in the mix as well. Then we go to Aramaho Whanganui. Distant back from them is the crew from Oamaru in lane number 4. Then we go Timaru number 1, just under pressure in terms of comparison with Cure Boating Club. 4 boat lengths across the entire field. They're through 500 metres now. Out to clear water though is the crew from North End. They won their heat on Tuesday. Straight through they went in the preliminary in a time of 7:32. Hawke's Bay number 1, who are second in that same event, are going with them. Then we go outside to Hawke's Bay number 2, just inside to Waikato. And then it is Aramaho Whanganui across to Oamaru 1, just moving up alongside them. Then Cure Boating Club. So through 750 metres they soon will be. Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley, coached by Hayden George out of North End, and looking nicely in control there over the rest of the field. They've just about got 2 boat lengths over them at this stage. Had a pretty good season, these two. And just look at it, great coverage there of Hawke's Bay starting to go with them. Hawke's Bay number 1 now got clear water over the crew from Waikato, who is sitting in 3rd. Then we go back to Oamaru, just moving nicely into the mix. North End though, looking very comfortable. Ashton and Ethan sitting there just ticking over at 30. Outside we go to Hawke's Bay and Waikato right alongside each other for 3rd and 4th, but it's Hawke's Bay number 1, Ashton and Felix sitting in 2nd. Then clear water back to the rest of the field. You just put a line straight through the rest of them. Timaru, Aramaho Whanganui, Oamaru and Waikato. They're all battling for the same spot, 3rd, 4th and 5th. And 6th, then we go outside to the crew from Cure Boating Club, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin, just sitting outside Hawke's Bay number 2. So it still is with the boys from North End. Great effort going in here, looking very tidy. They're out to 2 boat lengths and they've got a big lead on the rest of the field. It is sitting there with Hawke's Bay number 1 in 2nd. Then we go back to Waikato number 1 in Hawke's Bay. So Waikato just moving past on the Hawke's Bay crew. Back to Aramaho Whanganui. Timaru just battling a wee bit down there in lane number 1. Across also is Cure Boating Club. Into the last half of the course, the last half of their season for these novice scullers. The B final making its way to a conclusion, being led by Dunstan Arm 1, Jimmy Naylor and Boston Irving Dowling. Good on them. Then we go back to Xavier and Marcus from Cure Boating Club. The A final though, it is all with North End. North End though, Ashton McNee, Ethan Shirley leading this down from Hawke's Bay number 1. Ashton Bell and Felix de Groot. They have the advantage, these 2 crews, over the rest of them. Oamaru trying to make a nuisance of themselves in lane number 4. Then it's Hawke's Bay number 2, just sitting in behind. Well, they've just gone past the Waikato crew actually. So Hawke's Bay number 2, Hawke's Bay looking to get a couple of medals out of this event if they can shut out Oamaru and keep Waikato under control. Down to Aramaho Whanganui, glistening in the sunshine, trying to get back into it along with Timaru, but it is all still with the crew from North End. North End all over Hawke's Bay. Then Hawke's Bay all over the rest of them. It is Waikato and Hawke's Bay number 2 trying to come back into it. And Oamaru still sitting in there in the gold. Nice lead here though still for the North End crew. Out in the outside, Hawke's Bay number 2 got some work to do to get back to where they were, but it still was with their Hawke's Bay number 1 crew looked like the best to put the pressure on the boys from North End. So it is Hawke's Bay number 1 chasing down North End as best they can. Oamaru right in the middle of that, and then it's Waikato, Aramaho Whanganui looking down in lane number 1. Timaru have moved to the 1,000, starting to move up alongside the crew from the Oamaru. So Timaru looking to repeat what their club mates did a couple of races ago and sneak through and take a win, but it still is North End. White caps on their heads, not on the water. Hawke's Bay number 1 second. Oamaru in the middle. Then we come down to Timaru, Aramaho Whanganui, across to the crew from Hawke's Bay number 2. It looks like they're just a little bit of a couple of steering issues there for the Waikato crew, just righting themselves and getting moving again. But I'm a bit tough leaving the novice, almost the second to last race of the day, but it still was with North End. North End over Hawke's Bay. Back to Oamaru and Waikato neck and neck as they come past the Hawke's Bay number 2 crew. On the outside is Cure. Back inside to Aramaho Whanganui, who have been well passed now by Timaru. But North End, they've got this under control. The pressure though, let's see who's got the sprint. Have Hawke's Bay got a sprint? It's going to have to be a pretty big one because it's about 4 boat lengths between this dominant crew from North End. They shot out at the start. They've stayed there and kept a big lead over the rest of the crew and dominated this field, and they're looking very comfortable. Look at that boat move through the water nicely and how the little micro pause they've got at the finish, these two. Get themselves back into a clean catch and away they go. They look like they just pushed again there. That must be the plan. They've just upped their rating at the Gold Boys. So 250 metres to go for North End. Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. Their coach Hayden George will be pretty happy with this. Hawke's Bay number 1 are making their way down in lane number 3 to take the silver medal. But the battle is for the bronze. So let's look at Oamaru. Let's look at Timaru, who have pushed and pushed and pushed to get themselves into contention. And then Waikato. So all 3 of them are in contention for a bronze medal and don't even count out Oamaru, Aramaho Whanganui yet. But 100 metres to go for North End. Great exhibition of Novi sculling, letting the boat do all the work. They're coming down to take a gold medal and national championship title for 2025. 100 metres to go now for Ashton and Felix from Hawke's Bay. And Oamaru and Timaru are going to be battling out for the bronze. Let's see who goes there. Oamaru at this stage have got the advantage, but down to the line and to take the gold medal. Congratulations goes to North End, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. You've got a national title, gents, and silver medal will go to Hawke's Bay, Ashton Bell and Felix de Groot. And making sure of the bronze medal in lane 4 from Oamaru is Cash Patterson and Ike Newlands Carter, coached by Ivan Doherty and Shane Carter. Congratulations. Finishing next will be, I think it'll be Timaru down here in lane number 1 across to Waikato. Then we see Aramaho Whanganui out to the second crew from Hawke's Bay and then to Cure Boating Club. Short break now, ladies and gents. We will be back at 3:30 just before for the men's Premier Cox Date. And that will be followed 10 minutes later by the women's Premier Cox Date as we close out the second finals day of the New Zealand National Rowing Championships for 2025.